Good evening, folks. No, there's no one here yet, but I like getting going immediately. You know how it is. In any case, first thing I'm gonna do is this. See what I've got. Oh, E5. He's ever so slightly better geared. And he's got even one gear. Yep, we've got Ramu again. Which is a fight I very much enjoy. Genghis Carnage. Wonderful. Nice. See what we need to run to. Hurry up. Yeah, that always kills someone. No matter what, that always kills someone. Often quiet, I have to concentrate during these fights. here. Let's move from. Everything sounding that will kill me. Got it. I'll take that. And Katori can have his Katori there. Earned that com. I'm gonna lie, if I didn't, hopefully I get a few from that. In any case, welcome back. In any case, to anyone to viewers, hello, I'm Mr. Snakebite, and this is Final Fantasy XIV. Last time we finished off the main story of Shadowbringers, which was a bit of a lengthy prospect, not gonna lie. We dealt the Ascians a bit of a nasty blow by getting rid of one of their leaders, one of the Unsundered, a certain Emmett Selk, otherwise known by the names Solus Zos Galvus, or the name Hades. Yeah. Somewhat of a decent fella for an Ascian, even though he was trying to commit genocide, much like the rest of them. But unlike his cohort, unlike most of his cohorts so far, he wasn't completely maniacal. He's like Labrea, he was a fucking lunatic, and I can't repair in New Game Plus mode, can I? Nabrialis was a twat. Yep. Most of them have been asses so far. Right then, Tataru, what you got for me, sweetheart? See how everyone else is doing first. Not that I expected any less, but it's good to see you home and unharmed. I'm pleased to report that Aronvold and his fellow primal hunters have upheld the peace while you've been away. Isildur, a pleasure to see you, Taylor. I cannot well imagine what sort of world the first is or adventures you had, but you've returned to us safe. But that you have returned to us safe and sound is of great comfort. And Riol. Our war of subterfuge is moving along well enough, but we often find ourselves wanting for Thangrid and Alphinore's expertise. We should hurry up and get their asses back over here. Yeah, so do I, mate, so do I. I'm sure we'll find a way. Welcome back, Taylor. How did the Archons fare over in the first? When next you see them, you may inform them that their bodies are as well as can be. Hopefully they're alright. Taylor, God, it's good to see you. Hope Hope your being here means you've had your fill at rest. More than my fill. Yeah. Well, you've certainly earned it. Not much has happened since your last visit. I had planned for you to meet that helper I told you about, but he refuses to answer his link pearl. I do hope he's alright. We've been exchanging messages with the Eorzean Alliance throughout, though. They say the fighting has finally stopped at the Gimlet Dark, and that the Empire has shown no sign of movement. Which means we might actually have a moment to ourselves for a change. Seeing as you're back, maybe you could tell me more about your time in the First. Great. Oh, and if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Flamine to join us. She wants to know what happened to Minfilia, and I think it's best she hears it from you. We'll meet you on the terrace at the House of Splendours. Oh! Oh, good. Hopefully, rather than having to go primal hunting for once, I get a cup of tea. But yeah, I'm gonna fly up there. Though that way, it stops Rowena from seeing me. Rowena can be a bit dangerous, you see. Talo, it has been too long. Tataru did mention that I would be joining you, did she not? She did, yeah. Let me move that out of the way. Thank you. Words cannot well express how I have longed to know more of the First. This world Minfilia has sacrificed so much to save. But come, rest your feet. Tataru should be arriving shortly. Of course! Finally get me put my feet up rather than going to save everyone for once. So Minfilia chose to pass on her gifts to the next oracle. This girl who Thancred named Doreen? To have such a burden thrust upon her as a child, only to embrace it when given the choice. In that respect, they're quite alike. Oh, it would seem her legacy is indeed in capable hands. Yeah, I think Flamine would be absolutely enchanted by Reen. Talo, might I ask a favour of you when next you return to the First? To tell Reen what I cannot. To tell her, thank you. Yeah, I'm sure I will. And I would offer thanks to you as well, for staying with her till the end. Begging your pardon, but could I have a word? Riol, I hope you're here to tell me you've received word from my helper. I wish. Never not had a peep out of him. It's been a good long while now, too bloody long. On account of which, I'm going to sneak over at border and see if I can't get a signal to him from closer up. But what if they catch you? There must be another way. Well, it ends if we can ask Thancred to do it. Besides, I shouldn't have no trouble picking my way through Gimlet now fighting's died down. Gods know there's enough shadows to hide in. And it beats waiting around here twiddling my thumbs. Anyway, just thought I'd let you know. Now it'd best be. I nearly forgot. Kral's at the stones. She wants a word. Something to do with patience. She was getting ready to examine again after when I left. Oh, brilliant. We'd better head back then. I'm sure it's important. Alright. But yeah. This, which is basically a play hub, has a lot of food. Well, it's got... It used to be just a camp with a few tents, and now... Look at it, it's grown huge. However, it's always had this pub built into a bloody cave. Hopefully the weather's better than... Well, the weather here is better than it is in England. At least. Right on Tataru. Seems to still examine them. Oh, I do hope it's nothing bad. Well, considering the way things have gone, probably isn't great. Ah, Kryl.
You're here. Good.
Yep. We are.
So, how are they?
Still locked in slumber, but otherwise in good physical health.
That's good at least.
For the present, at least.
Go on.
For the present? Oh no, is something wrong with them?
I'm afraid there may be.
Ah.
I summoned you after detecting faint signs of instability in Thancred's corporeal ether. But subsequent examination suggested all 5 might be affected. And when I examined them just now, my fears were confirmed.
That ain't good.
Tellingly, the degree of instability varies between them.
Naturally.
Thancred exhibits the most notable signs, followed by Y'shtola and Urianger. The twins' ether, meanwhile, remains relatively stable, but there is a change there too if one knows to look for it.
Sorry.
Hold on. Isn't that the order they were called away in?
Yeah, it was.
Indeed. Which leads me to believe the instability will only increase with time. Though I can but speculate, I fear this may be a symptom of a weakening link between body and soul.
By the gods! What happens if the link is broken?
I cannot say for certain. This is all unknown territory to us. Yet whatever happens, it cannot be good.
No, it can't. Makes things a bit tricky, you know.
Mercifully, the instability is still only slight. And you may rest assured, Master Matoya and I will do everything in our power to keep it from worsening.
Oh, good.
Be that as it may, it is imperative that you find a way to restore our friends' souls to their bodies.
I'll go have words with them then. So in any case, leave it to me.
Thank you.
No worries, Kryl.
But where's he even supposed to start? We had the greatest minds in the realm hunting high and low for an answer, and they ran out of places to look.
Oh. Well.
You stated in your report that the Exarch had originally intended to reverse the summoning process by means of his own death, correct?
Yeah, we did. But it was Graha, so I'm not sure it would have worked.
Raha always was a reckless young fool, ready to die for the first righteous cause that came along.
Yeah, he is a bit.
His plan might well have worked, but I for one am glad he never had the opportunity to see it through. Even if it does mean our friends must remain stranded a while longer.
Yeah.
There is another way, I am sure of it. And the key lies with him, with the Exarch.
Hopefully.
Pray return to the first and apprise him and the others of the situation.
But yeah, Graha Tia is best cat boy.
We do what we can from here. And, if the fates are kind, we will have good news to share upon your return.
Hopefully. Or somehow, with the way everything's been going, I doubt it. Right then, I can either warp, or I can walk to the ocular. Truth is, it's probably actually quicker to walk. It's about the same amount of loading, and honestly, as much as I've got to do tonight, I do have time for this. Get me giant flying snake thingy. And fly over to the gatekeeper. We go back into the Circus Trench. I like how they've got boats at least. There we go. Well, it's him I need to go to. Yes, I do. Ah, Taylor, you have returned. I hope your time in the source was suitably restful. Kinda. But of course it wasn't. Go on. Well, apart from getting a cup of tea, yeah. The corporeal ether shows signs of instability? By the gods, the possibility never even occurred to me. If you have returned in the hope that my research has yielded a solution, I fear you will be sorely disappointed. It is but a mercy we have the likes of Mistress Kryle and Master Matoya to keep our friends' bodies safe while we wrestle with the problem. But they cannot forestall the separation of body and soul indefinitely. Come, the others must be told. Oh, brilliant. Yeah, we had best let them know, hadn't we? Yeah, this is going to be cutscene heavy today. I mean, what the fuck are Thancred and Nuviange? They're late. And they'll think I can guess where they are.
Pray excuse my late arrival.
Thancred's still not here.
Will Thancred and Reen not be joining us?
Yeah, I had a message for her.
Nay, milady. With apologies to all, they beg leave to pursue their investigation of the empty to its conclusion. Should matters here demand their presence, however, they did assure me that they would make themselves available.
Oh, good.
Yes,
They
of
fucking
course.
need to.
Then let us proceed. I think it best that you begin by providing a summary of Mistress Kryle's findings.
Will do. Hang on.
I suppose it was only to be expected that some change would occur.
Yeah, kinda.
Yet our souls seem unaffected, to my eye at least. How long they will remain so is another question. Kryle is right. It is imperative we find a way to return to the source.
Yep.
Perhaps an explanation of the method by which I brought you here will yield some inspiration. Ere I begin, it must be noted that I am by no means a gifted mage. In order to employ powerful magics, I must rely upon the Crystal Tower and its boundless reservoirs of energy. The magic that summoned you was no exception. It is a singular spell, adapted through painstaking effort from the technique that transported me to the first. To use an analogy, it works by cutting a hole in the fabric of reality. A hole tailored to the object of summoning, through which it and it alone may pass unscathed. Though I succeeded in creating said hole, I failed to latch onto my intended target. Instead of you, the spell found those close to you, and ended up summoning them in their incomplete state. I would not soon throw my life away, not after the lengths you and yours went to save it. And so long as I breathe, I will spare no effort to see you safely home. But should all else fail, and your lives be at stake, there remains one sure method.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh. What was that for?
How can you even entertain such thoughts? You owe your life to the Warrior of Light, and you don't get to die unless he says so.
Your followers await your divine judgment.
What did you just...
Fucking Ishtola!
If the two of you have finished, perhaps we could return to our discussion? Rather than dwelling upon the multiple failed attempts at transference, I think it would behoove us to focus on the solitary success. I would draw your attention to the fact that our friend can travel between worlds possessed not only of his body and soul, but his personal effects besides. This is no different from the teleportation magics to which we are all accustomed. Magics that allow for the transportation of those inanimate objects one considers to be an extension of oneself.
Are you suggesting
One
that
sec.
simply by considering us his possessions, he could carry our souls back to the source upon his person?
Possibly,
Well, it'd
yes.
be nice if things were that simple for a change. But vague notions of ownership seem a rather tenuous thing to stake our lives on. So much as a moment of doubt on his part and we'd be left floating in the rift.
Yeah, probably.
Milady hath the right of it. The requisite fixity of belief would be too much to ask even of our friend.
So we need to find some method,
Yet,
won't we?
were we to immure our souls within an object in his possession, mayhap then our safe passage could be assured.
Well, we can't use aura sight. It's too unstable.
White auracite would, I believe, serve as a suitable vessel for this purpose. It was conceived to imprison the massy soul of an Ascian, and should house one of ours with relative ease. We would need only to ensure our soul's safe preservation inside the stone, and identify a means by which they might be transferred back unto our vacant bodies.
Oh,
Soul preservation and transference. I believe I know of someone who may be able to assist us. On the far shore of the source, there stands a great palace built by the elves. It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Numo chose to make their home there soon after. Though they have long lived as a recluse, they once occupied a place of honor in Verbert's royal court, and it is said that none in all of Norvrant is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
Well, I've no objection to seeking a helping hand, but if they've gone to such lengths to hide themselves away from the world, what makes you think they'd be willing to lend us one?
A worthy question. Years ago, I myself tried and failed to solicit their cooperation in the battle against the Sin Eaters.
yeah, good luck with us doing that one.
No sooner had I begun to make my plea than they unleashed a swarm of their familiars upon me. Unlike me, however, you have curried favor with the Faithfolk. By that merit alone, I am hopeful that they would grant you an audience. They may still be inclined to turn you away, of course, but if their knowledge might feasibly facilitate your return home, we have to try.
Just bear with me a sec. Then a picture or something. And something else, so I'll just be a second. And there we go. Right, let's get ourselves ready for the first dungeon then. For the dungeon here then. I'm not going to be talking to everyone because honestly I want to get through this quickly. The Grand Cosmos, that is the palace we seek, stands to the opposite shore of the source. I'll arrange for a boat to carry us there. Whilst thou journeyest thither, I think it best I devote mine energies to the creation of white auracite. By thy leave, of course, the process requireth no small amount of time, and should the new mode consent to lend us their aid, we will have need of a suitable vessel ere long. Agreed. Then I would ask the rest of you to meet me in Sullen, and do be prepared for a warm reception. Alright then. By warm, I'm assuming he means fucking suicidal. I'm just gonna warp over to Fort Job, then over to Sullen. Here we go. Run. Over to that hamlet. It's a little fishing hamlet. There we go. I do like the place. It's even got its own pub. I mean, it'd only be a small one. Probably with about five regulars. Sometimes that's all you need. Well, technically it's not a hamlet because there's quite a bit to it. Yep. Hang on. As I told you before, I scarcely set foot on palace grounds when I was set upon by a host of familiars. And I expect our reception today to be no different, which is why I propose we march through the main gates, weapons drawn. I'm sorry, but are we not here looking to petition for assistance? You can't honestly think bartering and looking for a fight is going to persuade them. Actually, I believe the Exarch may have the right of it. They have no doubt poured a great deal of time and energy into their creations. Without them, I should be most interested to meet with those who could overcome my defences. As with any true seeker of knowledge, and there is little we can say or do to convince them to help us if we know nothing of their character, nor less why they chose to hide themselves from the world. If we can seize their interest, mayhap we can earn ourselves an audience. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Weapons on it is then. Though I must say, Exarch, you certainly seem to be enjoying all this. You do a bit. Do I? Well, I will not deny that I enjoy the thought of fighting alongside you all rather than pacing about inside the Crystal Tower. You both seem to be in rather high spirits if you ask me. Not that I'm surprised, your moods invariably improve when Taylor is around. What exactly are you implying? He averted a calamity, and the light which seemed destined to consume him has been extinguished. It is only natural we be pleased to see him. Yes, well, you will have plenty of time to celebrate his good health after we finished here. Of course, let us proceed to the palace. Right then, we got a job to do. At least this one throws us straight into a dungeon, pretty much. Right then. To the Grand Cosmos. Oh, good. The buffs have been popped. I forgot to pop... I was meant to pop them as soon as I got on, but I guess someone else bit me to it. Yep. In fact, we lost a member by the looks of things. No one says yeah. I'm asking if anyone wants to join me. If no one says yeah, I'll just queue it as tank and I'll kick its ass. Yeah, I like this place. No answer. So, swapping to Dark Knight. So I'm gonna get the queue quicker. Yep. Oh, brilliant. I start flying around the game and it starts pissing it down. Holy shit. I've dealt with this enough over the last few days. We had a storm here a few days ago. Jeez. There were power cuts in one of the local villages, which wasn't brilliant. And from what I heard, a few people got stranded in a pub. Further up in the moors somewhere. And honestly, there are far worse places to get stranded than a pub. far worse places. It's fucking torrential. I'm gonna hide on this ancient Fey I'm going to hide on this ancient Fey entity. Sorry, Bismarck, it's pissing it down. It's pissing it down. I'm not the biggest fan of this kind of weather. I never will be the biggest fan of this kind of weather. It's appalling. You see, you didn't really get this. You didn't get much of this, even when we had the really big light problems here. At least they've got that massive fucking lightning rod of a tower. So I'm going somewhere that's got better weather. I'm off to the inn at Journey's Head. There's better weather there. I don't like the rain. Seriously, I really, really don't like the rain. I'm gonna fly up over here a little bit. See if you can't see. See all that over there? Over there, there is literally marms and marms, or miles and miles and miles and miles of sweet fuck all. Seriously, there's nothing. There's nothing until you reach until you find the original Sin Eater, Eden. Seriously, this is a colossal wave of light. A wave of light that Minfilia stopped. And even then, until we came along, that was only temporary. All the Light Wardens, including Lord Vortri, were making it worse. So much worse. Oh! Rank A monster. Seriously, it still blocks out the fucking view. Holy shit. I'm not having much luck getting a queue for this, am I? Seriously, fucking pop already. Am I going to help someone out with that if there's someone doing it? Yeah, there's someone doing it and they need a hand. Oh, looks like we've got some more people here now. I'll still have them with their fates. I won't say no to a few extra things. Gemstones. That's not really why I'm here. Seriously, that's taking the fucking piss. Oh well. It'll pop eventually. Meanwhile, I'm gonna keep riding around on my pooch. Again, the music on this dog is fucking brilliant. That's not a quote. That's not something I'd ever. That's not something I ever thought I'd ever say. And it pops right as I'm about to ask Novice Network for fucking help. Right, I don't think he's going to be too happy that we've shown up. He really doesn't look too happy to see us, does he? Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Right. Hopefully they don't mind big, full pulls. Yep, might as well kill him as quickly as possible. Well then. Oh, so glad. Oh, he's. Oh shit. This must be the first version of Master Matoya on the source. Nice. I never realised that before. There we go. A lot of weapons. They're about to die. And this healer's a serious one. They're not too fussed about me. He's taking a few hits. Honestly, that's the way I like it. If you insist on making a mess of my palace, then you leave me no choice. They've all taken a couple of hits here and there. There we go. Something to use. Sorry, it didn't even bloody register shot a TBN in time there. There we go. Now, the best he can do . Dark Mystery. No, he doesn't mean the position. Insufferable, the lot of you. I'll spare you, but only this once. Now leave me be. No, we got business to attend to here, mate. Oh, brilliant. With wings of dreams. More like with wings of pork. There we go. This is going well. See, this is what level 80 dungeons should be like. Go in, kick ass, leave. we go. Lenancy. Lenanshith. There we go. Yep. Perfect, no ads. There you go. It's literally a grass version of Siren. Oh great, we've got an ad. There we go. Got it. Yeah, need to get wolf gear. And they won't be paid off me, luckily. This healer's more bothered about doing damage than he's about healing me. Which, to be fair, again, that's how you're meant to do things. I might actually con this dude just by actually being willing to have balls for once. The Elven King. So basically, the first version of King Thordan. And he appears to be about dead. So everyone here is pretty much geared to the max. Right then, time for the boss. You have sullied these halls long enough. Come, Lugus. Our guests here want for company. Here we go. A proper fire elemental. Lugus. I fucked that up, didn't I? Brilliant. Oh, we got that close. Yeah. There we go. And now this fight is pretty much over. And we appear to have won, pretty much. one boss down. Well, that's the main boss of the dungeon down. Yep. Well, they earned that and they earned the com. Well then, cutscene time, I think.
That was my fiercest familiar. Oh, impressive.
Thank you. He's like, what the hell, what? Yeah, do you want to explain to him why we're here? Or shall I?
Becklook, 'tis good to see you again after all these years.
Becklook.
And judging by your vigorous greeting, I dare say the feeling is mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but I shan't complain. But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit. We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
Oh, he's not going to be happy with you.
Shake? Beg?
Our comrades' very souls are in danger. If we are to save them, we will need the benefit of your unsurpassed knowledge on the matter. Please, will you not sit and hear our plea?
Oh, how dare you! How dare you speak thus in my presence! It was to escape such words of temptation that I hid myself from the world of men. You are sinners, one and all, and I swore never again to have any part in your affairs.
I can only imagine what terrible events forced you into a life of seclusion.
Sorry.
But I know that the Numo are a good and noble folk. It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to heal.
Alphinaud's got a fucking edge to him. Oh, he's powerful. Are we about to get a Super Saiyan dog?
If you will not be satisfied, I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just... No, I mustn't. Not again. That damn court mage seemed to have the best of intentions too, and countless innocents died for my naivety.
Yeah, they sent that court mage.
Oh, you know not what you ask of me. What horrors my knowledge has wrought.
You mean the magical plague of Herbert?
You know of the plague? Then you know how dangerous soulcraft can be. Instead of saving your friends, you risk damning them. Are you sure you're willing to take that chance?
We don't have that. We don't have the option.
No. No. Oh, very well. I will hear your petition, but that is all. And I expect fitting payment for my troubles.
Well, I'm sure we can find something.
Commensurate with your contribution to our cause. No more and no less, I promise you. With that settled, might I impose upon you to join us at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
It's like free use of the books in here. There you are. The others have gone ahead to the Crystal Tower with Becklug. For the record, I truly wish we hadn't. We had to resort to using such words when treating with them. I've ever sought to convince, not compel. Yet I cannot deny that a part of me is glad Urianger shared his knowledge of the Numo with us. Had he not, Becklug would not be here. Speaking of whom, we should hurry. To keep our guests waiting would only add insult to injury. Yeah, just a bit. We mustn't dally here any longer, Taylor. If Becklug is to hear the truth of our travails in the first, you of all people should be present. Of course. Should have warped to the Crystarium. It's next to the it's next door, pretty much. Right, before we go do that, I need to get myself a drink, so I will be right back. I won't even put the screen up because the fridge is pretty nearby. Right then, over to the tower. I still love this zone. Again, it's based on the original town in the original Final Fantasy XIV opening. Yeah, in we go. Here we are.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was your doing,
Yeah.
but that you hail from another world as well?
Yeah. It's like
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true. I realize how fantastical it sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony. But given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls.
Yeah, he probably has done.
Any other time and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery. But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far denser than is normal, and that they do not possess true bodies.
Yeah.
Save you. Your body is your own,
Yep.
and your soul is the densest of them all.
As I said before, were it not for their heroism, the skies over Norvrant would still be awash with light, the realm yet at the mercy of Vorthri and the Sin Eaters. After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own seems the very least we can do.
Sounds about it.
Your tale is intriguing. Yes, very intriguing indeed. Simply to hear it is fitting payment in itself. As for your friends, I can but agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norvrant are deserving of recognition, of their own fitting payment.
You will help us then?
I will. I would see my knowledge put to good use for a change.
Oh, good.
I do have one condition, however. I am not the spry young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork and testing.
Of course.
It would be our pleasure. We'll be labouring for our own benefit after all.
Yeah, pretty much. And here we are with Becklug. You have spun quite a tale, but tell me, have you given any thought at how you might return to your world? Cue the explaining about White Aura Sight, which is still a bit risky in my eyes. White Aura Sight, you say? An intriguing proposition. But one which fails to account for the present state of your souls. They have become highly charged, likely as a consequence of having maintained tangible forms for so long. In such an energetic, unstable state, there is no telling what may happen to their souls within the aura sight. They could very well become immutable to transference, never to be restored to their bodies. Then would it be possible to force our souls into a state of dormancy prior to transference? In theory, yes. But the soul is not a candle to be snuffed out and released on a whim. Well, that certainly sounds ominous. What exactly would rendering our souls dormant entail? In order to maintain a corporeal form, your souls constantly draw ether from your surroundings. This process must be halted and the resulting surfeit of ether removed. Your mind would ultimately be separated from these faux bodies of yours, rendering you incapable of interacting with the world around you. A cruel fate under normal circumstances, one which will be rectified upon your return home. Leaving lifeless husks, like those poor souls at the inn at Journey's Head, corrupted by the Sin Eaters, their ether made stagnant by the light. Corrupted? Stagnant? Might I see these unfortunate individuals? Why, do you think you may be able to help them? I might, or I might not, but I shan't know for sure until I've seen their condition firsthand. And I would be glad to take you to them, on the understanding that you won't do anything which might increase their suffering. It was my faith in man that I lost, not my compassion. Well, I see no need for us all to accompany you. While you escort our guest to the inn, I will assist Uriange in creating the requisite aura sight. I believe my talents would be better applied to that endeavour as well. Might I leave the three of you to assist Becklug as necessary? Of course. Let us make for Amareng then. Right then. Off we go. To the inn at Journey's Head. Not Twine. Wrong place. There we go. There we go. Well then, to Becklug, over to Becklug here with Halric. Oh, that's an improvement. Becklug told me he wished to meet the worst afflicted. Halric. There are times when I swear there's something he wants to tell me, if only he could form the words. The light is gone. I feel peaceful. At least give him a mattress and not just a fucking wooden plank. Jeez. Come now, you mustn't fret. I'm fine. I'm fine. Basically, they've looked after them. So this is Halric, is it? Yes, his etheric balance leans perilously towards the light. Towards stasis. What do you suppose will happen to him? Not too bright, are you, boy? Not too bright, are you, boy? The same as all poor souls corrupted by the light. He will become a sin-eater. You don't know that. We've defeated the Warden to banish the light from the night sky. Halric was completely unresponsive before, but now... Then perhaps there is yet hope. If they're made, there is a treatment I wish to administer to the patients. What sort of treatment? In the course of my studies of the soul, I once created a tonic which could temporarily stimulate the ether in one's body. After some refinement, it came to be used by the Knights of Verbert. Then for far darker purposes. Lest it fall into the wrong hands, I swore never again to make it. But for their sakes, I'll break that oath. It is not like to reverse the stagnation, mind you, but it should offer some measure of relief. Alright. Here we go. I'll try this. What is this warmth I feel in my chest? Looks like it helps him. Well, and here's a Voin. I feel warm. My legs, they don't feel as heavy. Well, you won't be dancing anytime soon. Leave this one to me, Taylor. Please let this work. Now then, have you noticed any change in the patients? A notable rise in body temperature and an increased motor function. In most of the patients at least. The more severely afflicted show no response. As I feared then. 'Tis true that with the restoration of night, the corrupting influence of the light will no longer grow. And yes, their bodies will naturally return to equilibrium given time. This holds true only for their corporeal ether. The incorporeal ether, that of the soul, is not so easily mended. Which is why in those later stages of corruption, like Alaric, appear unaffected by your tonic. Precisely. The boy's soul is too far gone, his mind held together by the finest of threads. There's a chance he may one day recover, of course, but it could take years. Decades, even. By the gods, he could awake to find himself an old man! A fine reward for his persistence, the opportunity to mourn the life he never had a chance to live. No, there must be something we can do. Look, I realise this is not why we petitioned your aid, but do you think it possible we can find a way to hasten the recovery? Maybe. What do you mean, maybe? Nor do I think it impossible in treating them we may learn something of relevance to your own predicament. I suspect the Crystal Exarch has told you of my past, that I was once a mage of the Royal Court of Verbet, and that sailcraft was my field of study. The tonic you administer to the patients here is one of the fruits of my labours. I hope to do great things for the kingdom, but in the end my knowledge brought only suffering, a plague the like of which none had ever seen. In the hands of unscrupulous men, what should have been my greatest triumph instead became my greatest shame. These warriors alike brought those responsible to justice. Aye, that they did. I shudder what might have happened had they not. Let us return to the task at hand, finding a means by which we might revitalise these people's incorporeal ether. Do you think it can be done? Were the sky still ablaze with primordial light, I would call this an exercise in futility. But now we may have a chance. The method I have in mind will entail the conjuring of a familiar. They are able to amplify the energies poured into them, making them the perfect conduit for the ether revitalizing magics we will ultimately employ. If you're about to launch into a lengthy explanation of the metaphysics of your plan, don't bother. I'd rather get on board with doing whatever it is that needs to be done if it's all the same to you. Whatever reagents must be procured or spells invoked, I'll do it. Yep. I admire your spirit. Very well, your first task will be to gather the necessary materials. purest of waters and finest of clays, as well as a fey lantern brimming with pixie magic. If you're convinced the resulting familiar could help the patients, fine. Alphino, the water and clay will be simple enough, but I think you know what we'll have to do to get the lantern. You don't mean... The pixies took quite a liking to us before. If we humour them with our company, I'm sure they'll be willing to help us. Fine, we'll pay a visit to Olmeg. Then I thought you'd be the one to suggest going back there. I'm impressed you've been there at all, let alone befriended the Fey folk. While you're about it, seek out the Numo of Plarini. They will be able to supply you with water suitable for our needs. Right, let's get this over with, shall we? There still remains the Master of the Clay. Might I prevail upon you to find it? Right then. Clayfam and Meringue would like to do their best. Know you of anyone who might be able to assist us? That's the manners at Twine. Yeah, yes, they will be able to point you in the right direction, I'm sure. While you and the twins are occupied, I will see if there's aught else I can learn of the stagnation which afflicts the people here. Hold on. Feed Jim afterwards. Might as well just fly over, because it's not too far over to Twine. It's not like... Wait, it's a good chunk of map over. Right then. Taylor, well, what a coincidence. You've come at a good time. We just this moment finished repairing the chalice and trolley you lot took to Namber and about the ring. The trolley was no trouble, but the chalice would have been another matter had we not had a visit from Master Chai. He offers us a share of the leftover building materials from Daedalus stoneworks, as well as a few other trade secrets to help us along. Clever man, that Chai News. Seemed pretty keen on the ideas I had for putting the giant chalice to work, like a giant trolley. But Magnus still refuses to see all the good we could do with it. But look, you're entitled to your dreams, Derek, but that don't mean you can go harassing our guests with them. Master Chai were just being polite. It only tells me Taylor here didn't come all this way to talk about trolleys. What was it you need, friend? Hang on a sec. See, this familiar requires clay for Mamrohing. But look no further. If anyone finds some quality clay, it's us. Saying that isn't exactly a commodity nowadays. There must be some looking somewhere or other waiting to be dug up. If I'm not mistaken, there was a time when they used to take clay from Mount Behind mines to make adobe bricks. The place is swarming with coyotes now, but if you're after the good stuff, you could do worse than look there. Of course, will do. So I'm just chatting in my link shell. Again, I was just restating my opinion that Lena is best bun. And Graha is still best cat boy. He will always be best cat boy. That's a bit of clay. The fucking bird in the way. Oh, brilliant. I'm getting a bit of lag, I think. Never mind. It's taking a while for me to interact with anything. That ain't brilliant, is it? Oh. Hello, Mechademic. I don't know how long I'm going to last. I'm getting a huge amount of server lag. You okay anyway, Mecha? Oh, yeah. There we go. But yeah, you okay anyways, Mecha? And how's your ex's art stream anyways? Yeah, I don't know what happened there with the stream, with the lag I just had. Right, let's give this clay to Becklug. The twins have returned, and in one piece at that. I was convinced the pixies would turn at least one of them into a garden ornament, but no. Well, it does help, we've got connections. You have the clay, I take it? Yeah. Yeah. Wonderful. We need but combine the clay and the water, then heat the mixture with the Fey Lantern. After that, it'll be a simple matter of settling upon a suitable form and performing the necessary incantation. Becklug, I have a question. In the event that I needed this spell and you weren't around, would it be possible for another to perform the incantation? Assuming they possess the requisite skill, yes. Halric and the others have suffered so much, and I swore to do everything in my power to save them. If there is a chance this spell could do that, I would be the one to invoke it. Mayhap you should be the one to do so. A deep understanding of the subject's physical state, combined with a strong desire to help them, can drastically increase the magic's effect. And you are plainly more familiar with these people than I. I dare say there are few in Norvrant with more dedicated to finding a cure. Is that not so, Taylor? Absolutely. Just the best one for the job. I'll give it my all. For Halric. For Tesleen. Then we are all of mind in the matter. Alistair shall be the one to conjure the familiar. Right then.
Let us begin.
Sounds good to me.
I trust you've prepared the clay?
Oh, good. That's a big fucking lump of clay.
Good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a porksy.
Good luck with that.
plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
Think bacon.
A porksy. I think I know what you mean.
Yeah.
There we are. How's that?
Oh dear.
Well, it is certainly creative. There's no denying that.
He's going to do...
Yes, I'm no artist. Very funny.
And I'm
Pay
there
him
standing
no
stoic.
mind, child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality, it is what the invoker believes that matters.
Yes! Fuck.
You're not helping.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality. Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the Porksy's image steady in your mind's eye. Now then, as I taught you, relax and allow your energies to flow.
Good move.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
Oh, it looks like it's working. Pig.
Not bad for a first attempt.
I think that worked. Well, it worked.
Now, let us see what can be done for young Halric.
Well, yeah, let's see.
Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul. You need but give it a name, and it will do as your heart desires.
A name. All right, I've decided. Now. Go, Angelo!
Angelo. Named it after the dog in Final Fantasy VIII. And he's like, well, it's doing summer.
Mother,
It's done something. It's going to take some practice, I think, but it's a start. It's a fucking start, isn't it? The girl's resolve is quite impressive. One might almost think she drew strength from another. I'm getting a bit of lag tonight, in-game. How is it, Beglug? Did it work? I believe it did. You and your fledgling familiar have done well. If my eyes do not deceive, a hint of colour has returned to his soul. God, I would jump for joy if I weren't so exhausted. We're so close now, Halric. As you are even now in the process of discovering, this magic asks much of the invoker, who you may not have realized. The same is also true of the subject. As such, we must proceed with caution. However, with further treatment, I have the utmost confidence the boy will make a full recovery. Observing the reanimation of his stagnant soul has been most enlightening. I will still need time to put my theories to the proof, but I believe I can fashion a spell to produce the opposite effect, that is, to induce stagnation, thus enabling our safe transport back to the source via Auracite. A thought occurred to me about this treatment. Beglug said when the soul is rendered dormant, the mind is separated from the body, that if a person becomes incapable of interacting with the world around them. Does that not sound a lot like some of the tempered back in the source? Not really. It is the fate of the most tempered to become slave to primals, save in a handful of cases. Or am I missing something? If I can master this technique, the art of revitalizing the soul, I know at least one in the source who could desperately use such treatment. Gaboo. Exactly. His condition is uncannily similar to Halric's, is it not? The only difference being that his soul was suffused with earth-aspected ether instead of light. It follows that if his soul is subject to a similar kind of stagnation, there may be a chance we can save him. Right? Forgive me, but who is the Gaboo fellow of who you speak? Starts explaining. I see. His condition does sound similar. Yet there is much and more about the soul that remains unknown even to me. I say this not to discourage you, you understand, but to remind you that this is delicate work we do here. Work requiring patience. Of course, and as long as there is hope for the patients here, I will devote whatever time is needed to see this through. But I refuse to spend that time in idleness. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to stay here with Angelo and continue with their treatment. The two of you should return to the Castarium with Beglug and see if you can't make some headway with their newly posited theories. I would tell you to rest first, but I see you're not to be convinced. Ah, the fire of youth. Let's return to the Castarium then. Finally, I found you! Kaishir, what are you doing all the way out here? There's trouble back in Yulmore. Lady Chai's beside herself, sighing, pacing the whole lot. Near enough begged me to go and find you. Sighing and pacing, you say? Oh, must be urgent. I take it I'll be returned to the Crystarium alone. Go on then, if it's not as if I have anything for you to do. Thank you, Beglug. Sorry for bothering you and all that, but it says the future of Yulmore's at stake. Oh, great. Lady Chai's up in parlour. Best not keep her waiting, eh? Yeah, I won't. I can't do Kaishir's accent. You see, it's not... He's fucking Cockney. He's a Cockney cat boy. Right then, let's go and have a word with Dulia. Where the fuck? Oh. Well, not seems out of the ordinary, though I do not see Lady Chai anywhere. I'll probably be pacing about outside again, staring off into the distance and all that. Sighing. Strange. Let's see if we can find her. Discover the source of her distress. Right then. Let's go see what else I can get. Where is she? Right then, to Dulia. He's like, yep.
Oh, thank heavens you're here.
Was her voice actor changed?
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
Oh, that's not good, is it?
Alone? What of Master Chai?
That is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
What?
What? What happened?
It all began after the events at Mount Gulg. With Lord Vorthry out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
Naturally.
And so you held an election?
Yeah.
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see.
Oh.
After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well? No one wanted such responsibility.
I mean, makes sense.
Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Oh.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice. Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced.
You'll be a bit nervous.
But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him. For shortly after that, he vanished without a word.
We'll go and find him.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee?
He's not the sort to leg it.
Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
Is this world's version of Sid? He's not going to leg it.
You truly think so?
We do.
What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
I don't know. Whatever it is, he would have fled.
And there you have it, Lady Chai. You needn't worry. Master Chai loves you more than all the world, and he will return.
Yep.
Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
Oh good, we best go find him then, aren't we? I'm gonna look up their voice actors, see what they're actually like. Here we go. Took him a moment to show up. It makes no sense for Master Chai to have left without a word, but even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. Someone here will have seen something, I'm sure of it. We should split up and inquire as to whether anyone saw him leave off. Failing that, if they have any idea where he might have gone. I'll meet you at the Glory Gate to compare notes later on. Okay. Well, if they made him a mayor, like, is this universe's version of Sid? The dude's gonna be bloody talking. Master Chai? Why yes, I spoke with him recently. Though I recall he was in a rather down mood. Concerned about Yulmar's neglected industry, you see. With Lord Vorthy's apparently inexhaustible stores of meal and no great need for money, it's little wonder our businesses were all but forgotten under his rule. By shod, Master Chai, the Boutique of Splendors would do all it could to contribute to the revival of trade here in Yulmar. Which seemed to satisfy him. Took his leave soon after. Stagnant state of business. Basically, holy shit, they've given him a job and a half. Holy shit. I'd be in a dour mood as well. Oh, further down. Corn. Oh. Looking for Master Chai, are you? Something amiss. When last I saw him, he seemed ready to collapse from exhaustion. I insisted he rest and catch his breath, and we talked for a while. About his concerns over the city defences, amongst other things. He made more than a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering after your confrontation with Lord Vorthy. And finding General Ranjit in a heap in the middle of the plaza shook us all to the core. The man commanded no small amount of loyalty, and some of our longest-serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, a number of them left. Not that we blame you, of course. Without you and yours, we'd still be blind to the error of our ways. Anyway, funding permitting, I propose replenishing our ranks with volunteers from the derelicts in Gate Town. We have a duty to protect not only Yulmore, you see, but the surrounding regions of Kalusia as well. And I, for one, would welcome any man or woman willing to take up arms for that cause. Indeed, I told him as much, and he seemed relieved to hear it. With that note, we parted ways. He headed outside, as I recall. So basically, he's He's going about finding out what people want and need. He's doing his fucking job. He may not be particularly happy about it, but he's doing his fucking job. I recall a man fitting that description. I had to speak with Paul because lately come from right. Said he wanted to don't state things down at derelicts. And be sure we gave him an earful, like a food, medicine, clothing, there were plenty to tell. We hunt high and low for whatever we can scavenge, and it's barely enough to fill our bellies. But folk here don't just want to survive, they want to thrive. When he heard that, started mumbling to himself. Something about finding his work, I think. Fair play to him though, not content with having his ear chewed out about the derelicts. He asked about the other settlements and all. After that, I can't really say. Looked like he was headed for Gate Town when last I saw him. Basically, the dude's finding out what the fuck he needs to do. See, that's why I like the Chais. Because they're a good couple. Ah, there you are. How did you fare? Have you managed to learn anything about which might offer a clue with some Master Chai's whereabouts? Yeah, he's been asking questions. A lot of them. Oh, interesting. Oh, he apparently paid a visit to the Queen Bee as well. They discussed the possibility of granting admission to customers from outside Yulmore. An idea to which the proprietor was surprisingly receptive. Sounds like he's got big plans for the place. Yulmore, I mean, not the bee. Perhaps, but the question remains, where did he go after leaving the city? All we know for certain is that Master Chai has shown great concern not only for Yulmore, but its surrounding settlements. Seems logical then that, having consulted those within the city walls, he would do the same to those without. Taylor, if you would go and make inquiries in Right, I shall do so. I shall do likewise in Stilltide. Gate Town, I'll leave to you, Cashier. Fair enough. Where shall we meet when we've finished? Well, Top Rung would seem to me to be his next most likely destination. Let us reconvene there. With any luck, one of us will have stumbled upon him by then, but if not, we will be well situated to continue our search. There we go. And that's the Shiva gear, which again I do like. Right then, to right. Moment. Jeez. So this has got me looking up voice actors for this game, and some of them, well, they're not exactly come from massive. They're not massive household names, but a lot of them are in like over here in England. They're like in soap operas and stuff. No, the name doesn't ring any bells, but there was a rather dapper-looking Mistel gentleman here not long ago. He wanted to talk about relations between Wright and Yulmore, or rather the lack of them. We lost a great many people to their promises of meal and the chance of a lavish life among the free, and Vorthree thought to take even more from us, conscripting the few able-bodied men we had left to guard his paradise. Needn't tell you what happened when the Sin Eaters came. Such things are hard to forgive. Vorthree's gone now, and we're curious to see what would become of Yulmore in his absence. That's what I told your friend. Chinese, was it? And I'm sure the others said the same. Not what he wanted to hear, I suppose, because he left soon after, and that was that. Right then. Up there I go then. See where it is. Yeah, not too fussed about that. I'd go do that, but no, I need to get all this done. I want to get a total of 20 quests done by the time I'm done, at the most. If I can't, I'll settle for 15, because that's no, 17. 17's the third of them. So he paid a visit to both Wrights and Great Town as well, did he? Yep. I see. Kai Shear and I gleaned much the same. He seemed determined to salvage what goodwill might yet remain among the settlements of Kalusia. The only likely place he has left to go being Amity. Come, if we are quick, we may yet catch up with him. Alright. There we go. And over this way. Above the defective Talos and over to Chart and over for the people. Oh, hello, Try. Taylor, Alphino, Cashier, what are you doing here? We might ask you the same, Master Try. We're looking all over for you. Looking for me? Whatever for? Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much as a word and bade us return you to her side. What in blades are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers. But I suppose she could have overlooked it when she gets an idea into her head. Oh, I can only apologise. No harm done, Master Chai, but since we are here, I might ask what compelled you to come all this way. We were told you've been elected mayor, and from what we've gathered from the nearby villages, you've been inquiring about the people's grievances. Is it safe to assume you mean to take office? No, let's not jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Kalusia, that much is true. I'm by no means sure I'm the man to solve them. Tackling our many challenges will require resources, and until I've secured them, it would not be right to assume the role of mayor. I see. And you believe said resources can be found here? Indeed. The people's grievances are many, but in the course of my inquiries, I have already met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plans. A man whose counsel might yet make a mayor of me. With respect, what forthright is in itself proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I am certain that this man of whom you speak, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion. For what little it is worth, we will vouch for you should you require convincing. Whatever you need, you can count on us. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything. You got your action to speak for you. For as long as I can remember, all I've ever wanted was to make it into Yulmore. That dream's gone now. Burst like a bubble. Or a boil, more like. Anyway, outside of repaying Alpha now, I haven't had a clue what to do with myself. Spend most days in it days. But you've been running up and down trying to find a way to fix this mess for everyone. I reckon you can do it. You got this lot of Mount Gulg, didn't you? How could Bearing be? You're gonna steal Yulmore's better future, I know it. And I want to help, properly help. So do something that makes a difference. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll work it out on the way. If you let me come with you, that is. You give me entirely too much credit, the lot of you. Like I deny, it gives me heart. Come on then, let us press on together. Okay. Yes. Thank you, Master Chai. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Yulmore needs more than a man with good intentions. That's why I'm here. To find one with the experience needed to see the city thrive. Who is this man exactly? And you certain he's here in Amity? Rendon is his name, yes he is, or was. I'd scarcely begun to explain myself when he decided his time was better spent elsewhere. He served as chief advisor to Vorthy's father when he was in office. If Ranjit If Ranjit was the mayor's right hand, then Rendon was the left, and between them they kept Yulmore on the road to prosperity. The city needs more than a mere man of business, which is why I must find him. Even if you do, what makes you think he'll listen? Before giving chase, might it not be wise to speak with those who know him here in Amity? They may be able to shed some light on his reason for rejecting your overtures out of hand. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps we should start with Tristal then. As I recall, you made a rather favourable impression on him. I'm certain he would be willing to speak to us. Of course. Right, go off a word with Tristal then. Greetings, friend, and you too, Master Chai. Hold on. Whoa! I apologise for that. Yeesh. I presume you're here to ask after Rendon. Couldn't help overhearing your earlier exchange. Yes, well, with Vorthree gone, Yulmore wants for a leader. Should no one rise to the challenge, the city could very well collapse. I came here seeking Rendon's counsel in the hope we could build a better Yulmore together. That's still my wish, but given how abominably you were mistreated here, there I will understand if you choose not to help. For in all matter, I bear no grudge for you people of Yulmore, and I would not see you suffer for Vorthree's villainy. As you no doubt gathered from your meeting earlier, Rendon can be rather uncompromising. He has his principles, you see, and little patience for anyone he deems less than committed to their own. Your desire to right the wrongs of your past, of Yulmore's past, is quite admirable. But I fear the guilt you bear on the city's behalf works against you. I can see in your eyes in the way you choose to carry yourself. Goes without saying he sees it as well. You must let those feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive, commit to the cause, and prove to him Yulmore has the resolve to change. Oh, the resolve to change? I believe he was heading towards Pit 8 when he left. If you plan to go and speak with him, I suggest you be firm and clear in your intentions. Very well, to Pit 8 we'll go. And I will not take no for an answer. Nay, not even a maybe. I hope this goes well. So do I! And Rendon's going to see me and be like, why have you brought this dude with you? Because he knows what the fuck he's doing, for one thing. Hang on a second, I'm going to try something.
Well, it's you again.
Wasn't expecting that. You don't look happy to see us.
Well, I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
No, I didn't invite them, as it happens, though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Vorthree's villainy, the famous warriors of darkness.
Yep, he's like...
Are they now?
Yeah, actually.
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Vorthree. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable. Yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Vorthri was creating, and so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Vorthri's auspices. And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
That's a good one.
I can offer no simple answer to that question.
Because there isn't one, to be honest.
But this much I will say. It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course. Content to, as you say, wallow in indolence. In ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us. The distinction between free and bonded died with Vorthri. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
He's like, I don't know how to fix it. I'm not a politician. I'm not good with this. I'm good with it. He's good with workplace politics, not with stuff like that.
A Yulmore for the people.
Oh, he's like, oh, you've called me interested.
I'd rather like the sound of that.
He's like, count me in. I like his coat.
But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
You would?
You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems, but first I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
Oh yeah, that'd be good. That look is like, good luck, I'm going to give you a beauty. Right then, is there a particular issue you would have me resolve? You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems Yulmore now faces. I assume you'll agree. Therefore, the matter of the dwindling food stores is the most pressing. Ah yes, meal neither being a desirable, nor less sustainable option, I assume alternative foodstuffs are now required to fill the void. The man who hungers is not likely to contribute much to society, save violence perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve this problem? Give me a satisfactory answer, and I will consider offering you my counsel. A combination of measures would seem to be in order. One to address the immediate issues of supply, and another that of production. Go on. For the present, Yulmore's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbours. This would afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served as sources of trade-off for foodstuffs must be repopulated, their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, that we can rekindle relations with our neighbours, guarantee security and stability in the region, and most importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up the rebuilding efforts. My, think of that by yourself, did you? Well, yes. It began as a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago, after speaking with the peoples of Yulmore and the nearby settlements. So basically, it's already been out and thought about it. You've impressed me, Chai News. I have? Well, that is a relief. You haven't secured my support, not as yet. Only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. If you would ask them to rebuild, you must provide them the means to do so. A fair point, Rendon, and one to which I have given much thought. I propose the use of Talos to aid in the establishment and maintenance of these settlements. Their employment to drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase production. Talos, but Daedalus Stoneworks closed their doors years ago. Without a ready supply of the necessary stonework, the people would starve before your plans could be put into effect. Well, as the heir to Daedalus Stoneworks, it just so happens that Talos are my field of expertise. And with their help, I'm quite certain we can acquire what we need to in no time at all. And he's like, oh! It's like, I bet Ren's like, oh yeah, you are actually, aren't you? Renton is quite right. Building Talos from scratch would require time we simply do not have. It is why I propose we make use of the long-abandoned Talos which wander the wilds of Kalusha. What? They will need to be deactivated, of course. If memory serves, the tools required to do so should still be at top rung. Come with me. You see, that's why I like... You see, he's been thinking about this. He's really been fucking thinking about this. Right, there we go. I like that pit. I like that setup. Oh. Ah, the old memory hasn't let me down. This chest contains canisters filled with a decidedly potent insulating powder capable of halting the flow of ether in a Talos. We need only get within throwing distance of one and let fly. Thus disabling them without damaging them. Ingenious. No trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, should be a simple matter enough to get them to Master Yulmore. More extensive repairs can wait. Ordinarily, this is where I'd ask you to run along and do the deed, but as I have said before, it's high time we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. Come off it, Master Chai. Even the Talos aren't a threat. There's one and more other things out there. Waiting to make a meal out here. That's as may be, Kaishir, but Rendon tasked me with solving this problem. I will not sit idly by while others risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realised. Not this time. We didn't say the mere thought of it doesn't fill me to dread. Truth be told, I can't feel my legs. But if I'm to prove I'm a man worth following, I must lead by example. Well said, Master Chai. Let's here. All in a moment. Yes, well, it should go without saying I have no intention of dying for this. I've always preferred living to see the fruit of my labours. And to make sure I do, I will require your help. It is as Kaishia says, these lands are dangerous. And if one is not careful, I would ask you to use my... If one is not careful, I'd ask you to use my spyglass to look out for any beasts that could get in the way of my work. I will also need you to alert me when it is safe to subdue the Talos. Understood? Alright. Good. Then let's be off to the quick way. Through the north gate and see if we can't find a suitable vantage point for you. Alright. I'll tell us to get me a ladder and get me on roof of one of buildings in somewhere. Hold on. I did it. Let's move on to another Talos, shall we? Yeah. I do believe I'm getting the hang of this. You may leave the next one to me, Taylor. Oh, you got balls, man. Well, that should do it. Now we have all we need to proceed. He was like, oh, you son of a bitch, you've actually done it. Feed the bird. I didn't yet to believe it. It was a reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. I did it. Master Chai, I believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish Umor's fuel stores showed forethought and sound judgment. What's more, it's plain your time at Daedalus Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by the extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next Mayor of Umor. I thank you for your vote of confidence. The fact remains I am wholly ignorant of the world of politics. It is why I would ask you to join me and grant Yulmore the benefit of your counsel. Oh, I'd be honoured. When the people behold these Talos, I have no doubt they will lend you their support. It seems Yulmore's leadership is at last in capable hands, would you not agree? I would. We should probably be getting back soon, Master Chai. After you've tinkered with the Talos and all that, Lady Chai's worried sick. Well, let's go then. It's actually, I thought it was going to take like another. I thought it was going to be another 7-hour job. I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be quite that long. It's not as long as the post Stormblood patches or Heavensward patches. Holy shit!
Right. Right then, form a line and make for Yulmore.
What's that noise? Wicked White! Runaway Talos!
Yeah.
Call the guard!
Like. It's not that worried. Like, what the hell's going on?
Stay back! All of you!
It's like.
Is that?
Darling, you're back.
But of course I'm back. You didn't see.
I can't.
Oh, fuck! Ow!
Oh, oh dear.
Ow!
Thank you.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Yeesh! She's strong!
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending, instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor. And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
Oh, good. It's about fucking time.
Oh, how wonderful!
please.
I mean, yeah, he's gonna need a massage after that. Holy shit, he's back. That was quite a reception. One message I will struggle to forget. More seriously, the arrival of Telos seized the public's attention. Once word to spread around Yulmore, it'd be that much simpler to gather one and all so that Master Chai can make his inaugural address. Not at all overawed by the prospect of addressing the assembly mates of Yulmore. As for where to do it, if we're to accommodate everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, I suppose the only place large enough would be the Emergent. That'll get spread a word around among the citizens, both free and bonded, that they are free to assemble there to meet their new mayor. You there, cashier, was it? Would you go and inform the residents of Gatetown and the derelicts? Of course I will. Good lad. I will let the folk guards know not to bar the way to Vortius chambers. It goes without saying that, as I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend, assuming he's available, might as well I'll see it through to the bitter end, eh? The doorman at the Crown Lift will show you up. Right, on we go, Hang on a sec, let's go for that. Right, up to the top. To the Aetheryte Plaza. He did a good job there, didn't he? Betrender's like, well, Betrender's like, well, kind of ruined my plans, didn't it? I'm running the wrong way. Go on.
Go on, dear.
Thank you all for gathering here today. But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around? It is a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord Forthry's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gate Town too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning. As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Forthry. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness.
That's good at least. He got ready to make his speech.
Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values.
You'll get voted back in, mate.
No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Forthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved.
True.
The road before us will not be easy.
You'll make it.
I know full
You'll
well
make it do.
how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you. But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength for Yulmore!
That's the Queen Bee. Pardon me. I'd say he's done a good enough job, wouldn't you? That was a fine speech, Matachai. I believe your words stirred every soul in Yulmore. So there's some action, I hope. If I've learnt anything from all of this, it is that change begins with the individual. It is but a matter of strength to take the first step. Among my fellow Umorans, assuming my fellow Umorans can, it is by my honour and privilege to help them walk this road we've chosen. Grand, but we must not forget the individual who made all these changes possible. Were it within my power, I would carve a tribute to your heroism into the very stone upon which the city stands. It's a subject, darling, but now that you have officially taken office, have you given any thought to your mayoral seat? So one of my old friends in game just ran up to me and hugged and ran. We will not be moving to the Immersion, dearest. It's too big for one thing, and too far from the people for another. We will retain our current residence, and I will govern here in the parlour. I was hoping you'd say that. I much prefer the view from the parlour. On the next to the bar. I'm begging your pardon, Master Chai, but have you got time for a word? Oh, yes, of course, Ascians Bear? Aye, that's me. Like to speak. But those folk outside these walls don't even have enough food to last till tomorrow. And more are counting the crumbs. If you have plans to change that, I want to help set things in motion. Then we've much to discuss. No sooner do I take my office than my work begins in earnest. Well, I suppose I brought it upon myself. Thank you for your help, Talo. Hope to see you again before long. What a day. Don't know what it means exactly, but I do know I've got plenty to think about. I sense we all have a great deal to consider. I'd resolve to remain here until such time as Yulmore's future is secured, but it's clear to me now the city's in capable hands. I've every confidence they will find their way, and I believe it's time we went on ours. Right, I best make sure to give my old raid mate a hug. Where the fuck has she gone? But she liked it. Oh. And there's one of a rapidly collapsing FC, I think. So Alfnow's leaving too, is he? Seems like everyone's moving on. Everyone's changing. Been thinking about what I should do in this world. Doing all this. Like I told you, I spent most of my life dreaming about living here with my friends. In paradise. That paradise is gone, but somewhat better taking its place. I reckon I want to be a part of it. This Yulmore for people Master Chai's been going on about ain't gonna build itself after all. Not that much of a builder. Me and my friends will find a way to make a difference, though. I'll keep changing things for better. Far nobler dream than the one to which you clung before, and one I am happy to say we share. Whatever path you choose, I will pray for your success. Well, when you put it like that, there's no going back now, is there? We've got a few ideas, and now we can do our bit, just a matter of taking the first step. Well then, Alphino. Phew, to see Cashier thus inspired by our actions is inspiring in itself. Yet however much I wish to stay and see what comes of his efforts here in Yulmore, we have matters of our own to attend to. Come, we shall return to the Crystal Tower. May our Beklug's studies have borne fruit in our absence. I know I am butchering the accents. Fucking hell. Yeah. Right then, back to Crystarium in the Ocular. Alright then. King Controller! Welcome back. We are given to understand a new mayor has taken office in Yulmore. Indeed, our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote and, after some considerable soul-searching, chose to accept the post. It's a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you'll see more of him in the future. But tell me, how fared you in preparing the White Aura site? Our work did not proceed quite as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principles of soul transference and concluded at length the White Aura site was ill-suited for our purpose. But Yonde, did you not say that, compared to the massive soul of an Ascian, the stone could house one of ours with ease? That I did, and armed as we are with Beklug's invaluable insight, 'twould indeed prove a trifling matter, were we to disregard the inviolable link twixt mind and soul. A link which would, we did belatedly realise, be weakened most perilously in the process of re-rendering our souls dormant as Orosite doth require. Thus the shedding of these fleshy simulacra, and the surface of ether which compriseth them, would in all likelihood deprive us of our psyches as well. It would theoretically be possible to challenge your minds into the Orosites instead, but we would more than likely sacrifice yourselves in the process. It is why we have abandoned that plan, instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transported together. Then we're no so close to a solution when first began. No, we found a way that won't work. That's basically a way off the table. That's a start. So it's a vexing conundrum indeed, but for one which the Crystal Exarch has posited a most intriguing solution. When our discussions turned to the transference of memories in the psyche, I could not help but be reminded of a technique with which I have personal experience. Taylor, do you remember what we learned of my eyes from our encounter with Doga and Dune? I speak of the royal eye of the Allegan imperial line, gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of the ancient Allegans. It is by this gift that I am able to control the Crystal Tower. If we were to gain an understanding of the technology by which the Allegans were able to accompany this transference, perhaps then we could keep mind and soul together. Imagine, if you will, a device unto a soul crystal, replete not only with our worldly memories, but also the bountiful energies of the soul. That is indeed our current avenue of investigation, and we will follow it wherever it leads. While we are thus engaged, I think it best that Taylor return to the source and inform Kryl and the others of our findings. Agreed. I imagine Tataru will be relieved to hear we've made progress of a sort. Tataru will be glad to see that we made progress of a sort. Neil begs Lee to relay our findings onto Thancred and Vreen, and to assist where I may in their investigation of the empty. Yes, please do. Should we have need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Give regards to Tataru, won't you? Of course. Yeah. But yeah, I'm actually trying to add up how many quests I need to do tonight. Because the goal was 17. The goal was 20. If that's yeah, it's going to be a bit draining, but I'll manage it. There we go. There we go. Right, let's see if anything changes here. No, it's exactly the same thing. Taylor, you're back! How did everything go at first? Wait, don't tell me. Crowl will be here shortly and she'll want to hear too. Just tending to the others. Their bodies, I mean. God, I don't think I'll ever get you to saying that. Anyway, you can tell us everything the moment she gets here. Right then, cutscene time. There's going to be a big chunk of them by the looks of things. Fuck's sake.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
No worries, Kryl.
I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly.
Oh, that's good to know.
But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
Alright.
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Oh, you're back.
Oh, hello, Astinian. Oh, shit, this quest. I thought this was the next patch.
And none the worse for wear, I see.
Yeah, I'm not too bad. How about you? I'm guessing you're bringing news.
Astinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
He will have had to do.
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
Good move.
More complicated how?
Oh, yeah.
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razat Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar.
Oh!
Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead.
You got me interested.
But his soul lives on. And he has wrested back his flesh.
Oh, brilliant!
Xenos Ye Galvus.
Oh, fuck.
Nor did the surprises end there. For no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead.
Oh.
This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn. What's wrong?
Echo vision, we're fine. Xenos! Yeesh! Senior in action, his body at least. You won't stand a chance alone. Nay, death won't come easy to that thing. If you'd join me there by all means. For what good it'll do. The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this might suffice. Come, then. Ho! Oh! That was a nasty looking move. Ah, the simple pleasure of one's own flesh. Truly, there's no place like home. I am aware. I'm voicing him a bit like Freezer. Abomination! Whatever he is, Taylor was barely a match for him. If we stay here much longer... Emperor Varys, your radiance, you alright? We may wear out our welcome. Your radiance... No! Must even the most middling spot be boiled? Must even the most middling of sport be spoiled? The world conspires to bore me, but I have no cause to remain. I leave these vermin to you. Xenos! Oh, that's bad. Well, any bright ideas? Just one. Ah! Your radiance! The intruders have taken flight. I repeat, the intruders have taken flight. Deploy all available Magitech armor. We cannot let them escape. Alert! We may gain it marked by moving together. I suggest we split up. Alright then. I'll take the low road, so to speak. I'll see you outside. Stay safe. Oh, they're up to somewhere down here. Well, well, someone's been busy. Oh dear. What the hell have they been doing here? Oh. And you would bar my way, would you? So be it. Come, Nidhogg. Lend me your strength. Going down slowly but surely. Yep. So I do need to concentrate, but this dude's got a lot of health. Oh, Brett. Oh, great. Nidhogg, show them your fury.
Taste my lance.
Guardians and their machina. Now where are you, Gaius? You saw it as well, then?
Are you all right?
He's like, yeah. Yeah, I'm fine.
Peer into my past, did you?
Yeah, not willingly, that kind of came to it. You're right, Xenos is alive, and that's bad news.
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. But no matter. Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
Oh,
to
really?
think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds.
Guess so.
My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray.
Yeah, it will be.
Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose.
Oh,
Riol
that's
has
some-
already
yeah.
gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Yeah, it also makes things fucking tricky.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
That he did. But we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention.
Yeah.
He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry. I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead.
Yep. Yeah, at least we know what we're after, what's going on now.
Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and our shinobi are made aware, though we still know next to nothing. It can't hurt to be vigilant.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
Yeah.
That's true, but with the Archons still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
Good luck with that. He won't say yeah.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
You'll be happy with that.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
Yeah, thank you for that. You kind of saved my ass. I'm sorry about that.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
Alright, I'll go relax for a bit. In game at least. Not IRL, I've got to keep fucking going. You must be shattered after all that hopping back and forth between worlds. Why not stay here and rest a while? Sure, Beckluck can manage without you. They've got enough sign to help them if you ask me. There we go. Meanwhile, in Garlemald. Yep. This is how the Empire collapses. Traitors! You are dare deny Lord Nerva the throne! Ugh! Onward! Before this day is done, victory shall be ours! Remember that name? Lord Nerva. And there's Xenos watching from the sidelines. Boring, boring, boring. Do you think it's amusing? Do you think? I find it amusing. Like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse. That you? Your soul is... Who are you? Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost in want of a new master. A hunting dog, if you did wish it so. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Zodiac. There he is, one of the dickheads, one of the bigger ones. Meanwhile, in Yulmore in the First. Did you hear? The mayor's reopening Daedalus Stoneworks and looking for labourers. There's talk of resettling some old abandoned villages too. They're even laying on free Talos to help anyone willing to make the move. Free Talos? We'd best get packing. Steady work, board and lodging. If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. They're all digging in. Hope. Oh dear. Ardbeth's body. Yes. So long as I yet live, I would see that feeble flame rekindled. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. You needn't concern yourself with affairs here in Eorzea. The situation at the Gimlet Dark is well in hand, thanks to the Alliance. And our efforts in containing potential primal threats have proven more than effective. I confess there is not a great deal I can do myself, but I'm no less determined to do my part. So I've focused my efforts on recruiting others to join our cause. Oh! Thank you! So I forgot to click it then. Mrs. Crowell is apprised of the Archon's present and unexpected situation. You may rest assured we will support her in any way we can to keep the body safe. With Veal now out in the field, I was asked to return to make up for his absence. Alas, Hori and the others were unable to accompany me. Right then, Corral, what you got for me? Taylor, my, what a pleasant surprise. If you've come to inquire after the Archons, fear not. Master Matoy's treatment has proven effective in stabilising their corporeal ether. We mustn't grow complacent, however. Potent though these magics may be, they are not without limits. We can only hope they afford us enough time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. Feel we could go to the first and help? Pardon the interruption, but I've come bearing urgent news. Taylor, it's been far too long, my friend. Hello, Maxima. Forgive me, I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Maxima, former Gallian ambassador. I remain here in Eorzea under the auspices of Commander Aldin, offering what counsel I can in the hopes of resolving the present conflict with the Empire. Ah yes, I've heard stories of a defector from Garlemald, but never mind. In that, you said you have urgent news? Indeed, as you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil, and a sizable portion of the Gallian forces have been recalled from the Gimlet Dark. With their numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance has withdrawn, leaving the Alamegan resistance to keep watch over the border. Pardon me. And it is there we have welcomed the most unexpected visitor, who claims that this de-escalation may belie growing dangers and unforeseen threats. Go on. Commander Aldin has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He has also requested that a representative of the Scion attend as well, though it was clear whom he wished to extend this invitation. It seemed time is of the essence. Well, you'll not be attending this meeting alone. Though I am not well versed in the affairs of the city states as our comrades, I see no reason to burden a single Scion with this. Yes, of course. Then we must make for the Alamegan quarter with all haste. Well, what are you waiting for? Get going, you two! I'll take it you got things in hand here. Yep. Maxima's one of the few sound Gallians. Right, in any case, to the Alamegan quarter. Oh, there we are. He's over here. Commander Aldine awaits us in the Royal Palace. If you follow me. Of course. Oh, Gaius.
They're here, Commander.
And I, for one, am grateful that they are. Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark.
Yeah, just a
Not that I
fucking bit.
understand half of it. When the Scions spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury.
No,
I
it
trust
won't.
you two require no introduction.
No, we don't.
We meet again, hero of Eorzea.
And Othard. Easy.
Must we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
Go ahead. I think Mike
Had he
already
meant
know.
to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows, and brought more than 2 companions. We need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
Okay.
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence.
Yeah, and thanks for that.
Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand.
Yep, we heard about
Being
that
the sole
too.
witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight, but to me his description seemed anything but, and upon further investigation I found that I was right.
Oh, brilliant.
The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
Oh, wonderful.
What, that Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals, with which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascians' pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended.
Badly.
The weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets, and that should have been the end of it. But unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit, primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
Oh, great.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Yeah.
Indeed. Few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandarnus, and its leadership has changed hands several times since. Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery. What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea.
Oh, brilliant.
We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress, so we resolved instead to bring you warning.
And right glad are we that you did, though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope.
Hopefully, yeah. I'll do that story another
Before
time.
you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them. But the fact remains that you, and you alone, have faced the Ultima weapon, and emerged victorious.
Yep.
We need you. And so, when the time comes, if your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
Alright.
The Ascians' downfall was to be the work of my remaining days. But it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further. I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all. Even if it means begging your aid. The Fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
Just a bit.
I too shall make for the border and offer my skills, meagre though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
Maybe.
Though we can ill afford to ignore the coming of a new Ultima weapon, our friends' plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first.
I'll go see what I can do then.
I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
Hopefully not, no. As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. Just a bit. We can ill afford to ignore the threat of a new ultimate weapon, but with each passing day, the plight of the Scions grows ever more perilous. If you cannot stay for a debriefing on the ultimate weapon, I will not stop you. I only ask you to confirm with me before returning to the first. Alright then. I take it you're ready to return to the first? Sorry. Then I would ask that you appraise the others of recent events here in the source. Namely, Xenos' return and the development of a new ultimate weapon. As for their bodies, you may assure them that Master Matoya and I will continue doing what we can to keep their corporeal ether stable. Safe travels, Taylor, and I hope to see you and the other Scions soon. Right then. So this one is quite basically just go and talk to this person. So that's a good start at least. Hang on a sec. Okay, that gives me a bit of time actually. Right. Because once I've done a certain amount of quests on this, I'm going to be playing something else. I won't be streaming the other game I'm playing. Not yet at least. If I do it, I want to at least have some practice. You know how it is. But Thursday I will be able to play Final Fantasy XIV, so I'll have to play something else. You've come at a most opportune time, my friend. I've made something of a breakthrough in my research on the soul and a means to return the Scions home. Trust you two have been making good use of your time. Yeah, you're gonna want to gather them, I've got news. Ill tidings from the source, you say? Right, before that, you need to pay a little visit to the gents. I'm back. So about that, had to pay a little visit to the gents. Ill tidings from the source, you say? Then I will summon the others that we all might be a prey to the situation. Yeah, you ain't going to be entirely happy with this one. I would have got Thancred as well. He'll want to hear about this.
Now that we are all here, what news from the source?
Right. Shit in the Empire's gotten complicated. Emperor's dead. Xenos is alive. Xenos killed him. Explain. Yeah.
A new Ultima weapon. We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
Just a bit lucky, yeah.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern.
Fair enough.
With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
Unfortunately, yes.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Yeah, just a fucking bit.
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion. Thanks in large part to Urianger and Beklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white aurosite, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one.
Oh, good.
An ark for soul and mind both, that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will.
Yeah, hopefully it works.
However...
Go on.
However?
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them.
Oh.
For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
And that's going to take some doing, I guess.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allegan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within aurosite or any other crystal.
No, it doesn't.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel. I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
As well you should be. The Allegan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past.
They knew what they were doing.
Its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
Hopefully.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found. Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
Let's hope it goes well then.
My apologies.
Lena? What's up?
I do hope you haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness.
Oh.
But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
Alright, hun. I like Lena.
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
She might have some more
Perhaps
concerns
I
of
might
her own.
accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
Maybe. Yeah. I must confess, while I enjoy my fair share of scholarly research, it would be good to step outside for a spot of fresh air. Now then, shall we go and speak with Lena? Alright. There we go. Have a quick word with her first. We have little time, so I'll be brief. The Ascians has been sighted in Lakeland, and I ask for your assistance in slaying it. A sin eater? I'd heard some few yet remained after the night of return, but perhaps you recall the others? That will not necessary. That will not be necessary. It's only a single sin eater, simple task for our guard, I should think. That said, I believe fighting alongside the Warrior of Darkness would be a valuable experience for them. Peace can lead to complacency, and they gain nothing from an easy victory. But you do not underestimate your foes, however harmless they may seem. My men would do well to learn from your example. Let's be about it then. Excellent. Let us make for Fort Job. Yeah. See if my friend is still online. Probably will. Oh, she's going through Hell's Lid. Oh. Oh. Wow. Right then. Should be running. I should be just warping to Fort Job. You could wait here a moment, I'll gather the others. You may not remember, but you've met these soldiers once before, though only in passing. Long have they awaited the opportunity to fight at your side? I were at death's door that day after the Sin Eaters attacked. If you and yours hadn't come along, I'd have likely have stepped through. And I wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. I too was there that terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Sin Eater before my very eyes. I had no choice but to cut her down. The thought of returning to the field, of holding a blade again, filled me with dread. But that was no way to honour her and my comrades, and so I've returned. I swear that I will not let you or anyone else down from this day forward. A pleasure to meet you, sir. Truly, it seems like only yesterday I watched you took flight astride an Amro to go and save the Oracle. Strange to think you Mormon soldiers we once locked blades with are now on our side, but we will do our utmost to keep the peace here in Lakeland. You seem to be missing one. My apologies, Captain Lena. An elderly gentleman asked that I escort him to clear melt. Took longer than expected. I'm not begrudging you desire to help those in need, but a soldier must be punctual. Especially when we play host to honoured guests. What happened again? The name's Thaler. Sure you don't remember, but we met once before in the infirmary. Oh yeah, I do remember that bit. I asked you to deliver a message to the Exarch and the Warrior of Darkness. Little did I know I was already talking to him. This fucking controller again. Don't give up, don't give in. Keep those words close to me, heart, and the boundless, beautiful skies here serve as a reminder of their importance. My friend got to see the Knight's return shortly before he passed. He left this world with a smile, satisfied with a glimpse of what was to come. But there are countless others who weren't so fortunate. They gave their lives for the promise of a future they'll never know. And so it falls to us to do everything we can to fulfill that promise. No matter what happens, we won't give up. We won't give in. Glad to hear it. Your heroism has inspired all of our guardsmen in much the same manner. Our scouts at the northern staging point have not had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Let's not keep them waiting. He's like, look, I can make a use of you. He's like, look, he's not going to be much good doing that. He's going to be much happier out in the field actually doing a bit of... Let's see if I can get him to do a bit of grunt work. Here we go. Oh! Looks like they killed it already. They beat us to it.
Did you slay this eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
Oh, brilliant.
By himself. Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe he did. I've never seen anything like it.
Oh,
so
wonderful.
I says to him, who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness? And he says, no, I'm a warrior of light. And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
This complicates matters.
A warrior of light? Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood. I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be him, the warrior of darkness.
Eh? Oh, I didn't know. It's an honor.
No worries.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
I had hoped to fight at your side today. But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
Hopefully.
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat.
No worries. I'm not gonna say no to hanging out with her.
Warrior of light, I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the flood.
Very much so.
The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world. Still,
If this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias.
Yeah, like, yeah, we
But
know
that
better.
is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
Right.
Forgive me. There is one more thing.
Go on.
A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
Alright. Go on.
Take your time. I shall go on ahead.
Go ahead.
I will not mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch.
Alright. Go ahead.
Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time.
Yeah, he has.
But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating. Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true.
Yeah, I guess so. You're right, hon.
It is for this reason that I seek your advice.
Go ahead,
Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was.
Oh.
He seems a different man. A younger man. I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy. It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there.
Can I just say she's got a nice smile?
Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before.
He's lost without you, you know. And he misses you already.
Are you sure? Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been. What a relief. In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work. This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
I do like Lena. She is a bit of a sweetheart. Tough soldier, but sweet at heart. I will not keep you. You and your companions have much. You and your comrades have much to discuss. I'll see the others back to their posts. As I said, she is best bun. She will always be best bun. There you go. Let's have a word. Let's get in here then. Back into Ocular. So it's nice seeing someone give a shit. It's nice the Exarch has someone to give a shit about him. Because he'll fucking need it. The others were quite shocked to hear of what we found in Lakeland. But now you're here, there is a proposal I should like to make. I have been spending a great deal of time in the Cabinet of Curiosity, and of late I've noted more and more people perusing books on history. The years leading up to the Flood. I suspect they wish to know more about the Warriors of Light. As well they should, but nearly everything I've come across describes them as Sin Eaters or worse. Regardless of whether or not this Warrior of Light is who they claim to be, I worry that their sudden appearance, in conjunction with this renewed interest in their predecessors, may lead to growing unrest and fear. If the people of the Crystarium seek the truth, I say we give it to them. I too can attest the falsehoods found within full many of the Cabinet's tomes, and with nary a mention of the noble deeds of Ardbert and his comrades. To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the Flood. When the tale is told again and again over the course of a century, I'm not surprised to see their role distorted and then painted as villains. Were it not for the record stored within the Crystal Tower, I would have had no reason to question the narrative. Unfortunately, that knowledge was of no use, for when I arrived here in the first, their reputation had already been irreparably tarnished. That said, there still remain those who worked tirelessly to defend their good name in those early days following the Flood. Considering all the good they had done, I find it a wonder they needed defending at all. They brought justice to the man who misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Verbert. That such heroes could be spoken of in the same breath as Sin Eaters is absurd. Under normal circumstances I would agree, but as time passed, those who knew first-hand of their deeds dwindled. In the end, only one truth remained, that they were the cause of the Flood. With the world on the brink of oblivion, it was all too easy for the Warriors of Light to become villains deserving only of resentment and hate. At that point, the truth mattered little, and not changed their lot. Thanks to all of you, however, their lot has changed, and now they may heed the long-forgotten truth. You claimed it was Albert who helps you overcome Emmett Selk, correct? Such a revelation would do well to sway the hearts of those who know him only as a villain. I have shared this with a select few, but one and all must be told of this sacrifice. To that end I say we proceed with Alphino's plan. We call together the people of the Crystarium and recount to them the tale of the true Warriors of Light and the Flood that followed in their wake. Sounds good to me. Well, what say you, Taylor? Oh, I wish we'd done this a little sooner. In hindsight, I agree, but better late than never, no? Alphino, might I ask you to continue working with Beck Lug on our means of returning home? The rest of us will see to gathering the people of the Crystarium in the Exedra. We have to reach out to anyone and everyone who might be willing to lend an ear. With any luck, word will spread and more will accompany them. And hopefully it draws a certain dickhead out of hiding. Right then. Basically, we want to talk with 5 people about the Crystarium. Firstly, to Tessami. With Yulmore opening the gate to the outside world, we've been able to bring in new supplies and medicines like never before. Little is off for the foreseeable future, barring any disastrous turn of events. Taylor, my, what a wonderful surprise, though I hope your being here doesn't mean someone's been hurt. Thanks to you, I've had far fewer patients coming through my door of late. Which is a shame, come to think of it. I've had far fewer opportunities to test my new medicines. Just of course, it's actually been quite pleasant to have a few moments to myself now and then. Aye. The truth about the Warriors of Light. The Exarch has already spoken with me about them. Well, if there's more to the tale, I'd very much like to hear it. Right then. There's always people here with cutscenes. Always. Right then. Up to the crystalline mean. I think that's where it is. Yes! Yes it is. Oh, it's a Catalyst. Well, well, what a coincidence. I was just reading over a letter I received from Grenold not long ago. It says a visitor from the Crystarium found him at the bottom of the ocean, and that he inspired him to reach new artistic heights. Well, I can only think of one person capable of both feats. Though I'd say the latter is far more impressive. To think. I think fate could bring the two of you together in such a place. Hold on a minute. You can control her again. I'm sorry, you mean the X-Act didn't tell us the whole story of the Warriors of Light? Well, whatever is left unsaid, I'm all ears. Right then. How's it being invited to run a dungeon with someone? You know what, I might as well. I would be running this one later, but I've got 15 minutes to kill. This won't take us long. So everyone's ready? We are. Okay. Right. You're about to see what me and my raid mates are capable of. Right, I'm actually going to skip the cutscenes here because I don't want to spoil too much. I'll turn that back on in a minute. Well then. Yep. Bloody controller. Oh, these ones hit a bit harder. I just use both my buffs at once, which is not something you should ever do. There we go. Well, they look the part of a red mage at least. We're going to get you geared up. There we go. Yeah, this will be the dungeon we'll be doing later anyways. And honestly, God, the people I'm playing with, I like. But yeah. Once we're done with this bit, you're gonna see me do some mega pulls when possible. There aren't many other healers I would trust with this kind of thing. Yeah. There we go. Controller again. I'm at the safe spots. Yep. Don't think we want to get hit by that. That will probably kill us. Ain't got any use for any of those anymore. Right. Time for some big pulls. At least Vex is one of the few healers I know who do that. May have panicked a bit. I hit my panic button there. If you'd been a second slower. There you go. Oh shit. They're rusty. The thing is, I can keep myself sturdy for a bit of it. Holy shit! Holy shit, did I just do that? Holy shit, that's why I love the Blackest Night. Holy fuck. This is where you watch me do something really stupid. Fuck. Fucking hell. That's actually got me a little distracted. That's going to take some topping. That got a little messy. They must be a little rusty. Yeah, God knows what it is. It's been off for years. Fuck me. Fuck. Right, I'm currently on Facing the Truth. I want to get to a whale's tail. I need to continue for a bit longer, because honest to God, that would be a good stopping point normally, but fuck no. I've got the adrenaline pumping now. Holy shit! No, this can't be. Surely there is at least one book here that does not cast the Warriors of Light and their deeds in such a negative light. Hoteller, forgive me. The Cabinet of Curiosity has been bustling with visitors of late, but I fear our repository lacks for the knowledge that they seek. The people wish to know the truth of the Flood, of the Warriors of Light. I have searched high and low, but alas, every account portrays them as no better than sin eaters. Abominations worthy of only scorn and resentment. I know they were not always judged so harshly. I can find no proof. I dare call myself a librarian. Easy, easy, easy. Exact. I'm not explaining it all. You'd address the people and tell them the truth of Warriors of Light, of the Flood? How wonderful! You regaled me with the tale once before, but I should love to hear it again. Oh, and you may be assured I will not come alone. Hi. So go to the pendants, because that's actually nearer. Fuck. There we go. I'm sorry, I'm quite chuffed now. Well, well, to what do I owe the pleasure? Whatever it is, I must ask you to be brief. With the night return, visitors have been flocking to the Gasterium, and I find myself too busy by half. I don't mind it, though. Seeing the stairs so full of life and excitement, one can almost forget the Flood ever happened. The Warriors of Light. Yes, the Exarch has mentioned them before, but everyone knows them now as the Cardinal of Virtues. Or are you suggesting there's more to it than that? Well, you've got yet to steer us wrong, so I'm willing to hear what you have to say. He's like, yeah, I'll go along. Still, fuck. Fuck. Come to Browsit Market, Savio. Well, I can guarantee you'll have no trouble finding what you need. Whatever it may be. Under Yulmore's new leadership, trade has never been more prosperous. Word is that fellow from Daedalus Stoneworks has taken over as mayor. Did he really? It's a little wonder business is booming the way it is. I imagine it won't be long before all the Northrend reaps the benefit. But you've not come to talk about market. Something on your mind? I see. The Exarch did mention they had something to do with your returning the Knights of Northrend. Alright, consider me interest peak. Oh, fucking fuck. I'm gonna get that clipped. I'll do that myself later. Holy shit balls. Could you have done it during a sunny day and not when it's pissing it down? Holy shit. There you are, between the four of us, I dare say we've swept the Castarium from top to bottom. Now we need but wait for people to gather. It's taking as long as I thought it was gonna.
Yes, this looks to be nearly everyone. Let us begin, shall we?
Sounds good to me.
Though I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
Okay.
They would be more inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
Indeed. In light of the subject matter, who better than thee to speak these truths?
A lot of explaining. I'm not gonna pretend. I'm not gonna say that. Give it everything, because honest to God, I can't tell I have the tale. Even Lina's going, holy shit.
Wicked White. The Warriors of Light did all that?
Yeah. I've met a few of them.
So they never... I mean, they only ever wanted to help. And when everything they'd done turned to ash, they still carried on.
They gave everything to stop the flood. First their lives, then their souls. And they managed it too, in the end. They saved us. And we cursed their names.
This should go a long way towards clearing the air.
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully. Oh, fuck.
Impossible.
Yeah, completely. I take it I'm not imagining this then.
I definitely see something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
That's not a ghost.
Nay, yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both. Ardbert.
Yeah. Fuck, I shouldn't be there.
What in the world?
It's you! The one who slew the Eater!
Oh.
That it should be the warrior of darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time. Though I have a few words of my own to say, if I may. People of the Crystarium, I am Ardbert, one of those you know as a warrior of light.
And you should be dead. You should be
That's
100 years
impossible.
dead.
You should be dead. Aye, that I should. But as the world has been given new life, so too have I. I know not why I, and I alone, have been gifted this chance. But I do know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass. The hero who stands before you now, the warrior of darkness, is not of this world. And the day will come when he must return to his home.
Fuck.
But this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore, it is we who must protect it. The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new warriors of light.
What? Us? Warriors of light?
None of us were born heroes, my friend. I was only ever a man with a thirst for adventure. But wherever my journeys took me, I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need, or not. And I always chose the former. Any one of you could do the same. All you need is the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through.
He's now doing a lot of explaining.
From thine own lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate, and by thy countenance I gather thou art not inclined to recant thy testimony. Yet whosoever this man may be, his words hold truth and resonate with the citizenry besides. For us to voice our doubts here and now would serve but to sow disquiet. 'Twere better we retired unto the ocular and there discuss this matter in private.
Go. I will stay here and watch.
Right then. So I'm still shaking a bit after that. Holy shit.
So, that is a warrior of light of the first.
Yep.
I've not had the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but as you all seem to be in agreement, I gather this is no simple case of mistaken identity.
He doesn't know.
As far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Ardbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly have been resurrected as he claims?
There's only one real option. No. Absolutely not. That's a fuck. There's only one option.
Entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
Nor I. To my eyes, your ether burns as brightly as the day you slew Emmett Selk. That is proof that he is with you still.
Yeah.
Yet that which standeth now before the people is far more than a passing imitation. I am reminded of the cardinal virtues, though a sin-eater he is not. Which leaveth but one plausible explanation.
Yep.
That he is an Ascian.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I came to.
Given their fondness for posthumous possession, I would have to agree. From what I understand, the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes.
Yeah.
Needless to say, 4 of them were subsequently exhumed to serve as the virtues. And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
No, he won't.
Assuming then that this is indeed the work of an Ascian, my mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
Yep. Elidibus.
Elidibus.
Yep, he's the only one can be.
That Xenos hath reclaimed his own flesh is known. Thus evicted from his borrowed form, and cognizant no doubt of Emmett Selk's failure here in the first, 'tis quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
Inhabiting the flesh of the fallen. My, that is unsavory. And they do this often, you say?
Unfortunately, yes. Yeah.
Verily. For they possess no corporeal forms of their own. In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the echo can perceive them. Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking sands, his presence did go unmarked by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light.
Yep.
On that occasion I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. It was only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to take the measure of him.
Yeah.
In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
And they have gained much by it. Emmett Selk single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while the Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
Yep, they can do that
Yet
too.
It must needs be noted that the Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own redoubtable champion. Mayhap the blessing of light shieldeth Hydaelyn's chosen from Ascian influence. Or mayhap other forces are at work. We cannot say for certain.
Oh no, it's definitely an Ascian.
Whatever the reason, I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light? Or did the final departure of his soul make it possible, perhaps? Regardless, to hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Yeah.
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark. When he made overtures towards me, however, I was afforded a glimpse behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary. I shall not defend mine actions, undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless, what little I did glean may now prove useful.
Yeah, just a bit.
Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind, practiced in the art of manipulation. That he coaxed this star's most valiant heroes as far as the source with naught save half-truths is no trifling feat. And now I believe he doth employ his skills once more to some as yet unknown end. Though naught is certain, should my suspicions prove true, we shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people.
Yeah.
And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association. That being the case, it may be wise to keep a covert eye on this Ardbert's movements, as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
We can already guess his purpose. It's not that complex. He's desperate. Desperate men make mistakes.
His performance appears to have concluded. What now? Go back out and follow him?
Might be risky.
'Twould appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause than half a dozen. Let the rest of us maintain an inconspicuous distance, for the present at least.
Good move. It's not like we have the fucking shinobi here. Right then. It's bloody controller again! You did well to dispel the falsehood surrounding the Warriors of Light and their actions prior to the Flood, though I must say the reappearance of Ardbert, or rather one who appropriated his identity, was a rather curious development. He is an impostor, of that there is no doubt, but to the masses he will appear as a hero returned from the grave. After Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore, the people prayed fervently for the gods to deliver them from their plight. Prayed that these fallen heroes be born again for their sacrifices. Oh, what bitter irony. I, for one, would know why Ardbert urged the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. Ere we take action, we must ascertain his intent. Let us pray that Master Alphino returneth soon with that most essential knowledge. For now, I think it best to apprise Thancred and Reen of our efforts. When we do confront Ardbert, we shall have no doubt. We shall no doubt have need of their strength. Agreed. I think it's prudent we all take measures to prepare for what's to come. Beck, Lug and I will continue our research into how we might improve the spirit vessel, though it might one day carry you home. Then I think it's time I return to the Greatwood. Until now, everything we have learned of the Ascians has been handed to us at their leisure. That was one of Excel's unique failings. I have no reason to think Elidibus will be as forthcoming. Fortunately, I recently received word from Fanoff that heretofore unexplored chambers have been discovered deep within the Katana Revel. Elme believes the relics within tell of a great calamity that befell an ancient civilization. That of the Ascians, perhaps? They may lead us to the truths we seek. Care for a bit of company? I wouldn't dream of going without you. When you are ready, make for Fanoff. Alme and her sisters will be expecting us. And let us be about our tasks. Give my regard to the V's. Ooh. I apologise. Right then. So far enough. I'm actually going to do 2 more. I'm going to do this quest, an old friend, the next quest, and the one after that. But honestly, that's going to be it for after that. That's enough. That'll be a third of the way through. I'll see if I can get a bit more done tomorrow because I've got more time tomorrow. Welcome, allies of Ronka. We have accomplished much since you last came. With the Light Warden dead and its minions dispersed, we have at last reclaimed our hunting grounds near Raktika Falls. It was there that we discovered more ruins. Although we ran afoul of no traps while exploring its halls, we determined that the innermost chambers were warded by magic. Hold on, itch. We were all in agreement. Before any investigation could proceed, you should be summoned. We are grateful you did. From what you've told me, I strongly suspect that the wisdom my comrades and I seek can be found within. This wisdom could prove invaluable, for we may soon face a foe whose greatest asset is our ignorance. I see, then it's good you have come. For Ronka once was home to the greatest of weapons, knowledge and understanding. And it is our duty to ensure you and yours do not want for either. That said, we must proceed with caution. To reach the inner chambers, unmolested, suggests a more feasible deterrent yet lies within. Come now, surely any threat sleeping within the ruins pale in comparison to those we've faced thus far. This is not a game, sister. You should not be so eager to run headlong into danger. Oh, and who was it planning for the return of our ally so we might venture into the ruins? Touching her staff at night, wishing it were... You promised not to tell! Freudian, yeah, that's a bit Freudian. Then I suggest we be going. Get back here! When Almay's like, remind me, how old are you and your sisters? On second thought, perhaps it's for the better, I do not know. Pray forgive their overzealous nature. Not save we three have been privileged to escort you and yours into the ruins and bear witness to its secrets. Their hearts now burn with a curiosity that is not easily satiated. Please, you needn't apologise. As a seeker of knowledge myself, I understand full well their enthusiasm. Hang on. Sooner or later this hair's coming off, but it won't be for a long time yet. If not for your sedulous efforts to protect the ruins, we would not be afforded this opportunity. Speaking of which, I believe I kept you away from the ruins for long enough. Come, let us make for the Gitana Ravel. I believe these ones, I think they may have hired a few Russian women. Well, down to the Ravel I go. Yeah, we don't spend mass of the time out and about this patch. It looks like there is something down there, but... Yeah, that's where the Ravel is. I was warping that. I was going to the wrong bit. Oh. Oh, hello. It's most strange for these halls be left unguarded. Have care when breaking the seal on the chamber door. Danger sorely waits us on the other side. I've got enough time. Sorry.
Come. our new discoveries are to be found this way.
The people of Ronka are known to have venerated animals, but these features do not match those of any indigenous species. This is no common beast.
No, it's not.
Though that much is plain from its proportions.
Lifelike, is it not? One could almost imagine it breathed.
Yeah. Don't be saying that.
Why you...
That look! Holy shit.
This owl, by contrast, seems no different from the others we've seen.
Yeah. The thing is, I get the feeling if you move that, the trap's sprung.
The sealed door lies ahead.
Yeah. Here we go. Oh.
As you see, one statue is missing. I expect we are meant to replace it as before.
Yeah, I'd say so, but what's the catch? The catch is I think we had to fight a giant fucking monster. We had to fight that thing.
Too simple. There will be some additional defense mechanism.
Yeah. I think I know what it... Again, we know what it is. We're looking at the damn thing.
Just a moment. There are words carved into the stone. He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber shall instead waken the beast and know his folly. Wait! Don't!
Oh, fuck. Right then!
What? But I only... What is happening?
Brilliant!
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, it lives!
Why am I not surprised? Prepare yourselves.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, that's not good. That's a sphinx-like creature. You trespass upon mortal, upon sacred ground. In retribution, false souls I have bound. Yet a hero's proven learned and wise, a comrade's soul should be their prize. If you would see theirs set free, answer me these riddles three. It's a fucking sphinx-like creature called Huaka. Debt of paw with kin do I vie. The secret sought apart, bettlement of the whole do our efforts descry. What am I? Not entirely sure. Hold on a sec. I'm just going to check this one because I'm not sure what it is. Yeah, indeed, your pope was keen and shrewd. The spirit of ingenuity by whose guidance the wrong can... You know what? Sorry, that's one. Hold on a moment. Travel with pack. Harmony and... Wolf. Let's have a look. That was relatively easy. So let's fight the thing now, aren't we? Snake. There we go, got it. We gotta fight you, haven't we? too difficult, luckily.
Here I come!
Now answer it quickly.
This and that and this!
We got it, we took it down. There we go. That was a little easier than I thought it was going to be. We got it, at least.
'Twould seem the magics have returned us. How polite. Now,
Suppose.
what have we learned?
Yeah.
Ah, we were bound to run into a living statue eventually. And now we can open the door.
There we go. It's like how she's scolded like a mum.
He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber.
Yeah. Oh. That's a casket. That's a coffin.
A tomb, just as I thought. Befitting a hero.
Just a bit.
She is Vis. Could it be the Archmage Tiuna?
Oh. She's like, I've not heard of that. She's like, I've not heard of her.
A legendary hero of Ronka, as you surmised.
Sorry, I had an itch.
The tales tell of how she smote entire armies with a single incantation, so potent was her spellcraft. Though she ever fought in the name of peace.
I thought them no more than tales. To think she really existed.
Well, I for one always believed.
I wonder. By the light of fallen stars, great power awakens.
I think she might possibly have been dead.
Tiuna was not only a master of spellcraft. It is said she could see truths long lost and hear the voices of men's hearts.
She had the echo.
Naught less than the echo. In which case, none of this is mere coincidence.
Yeah.
A shower of stars setting the sky aflame. And in both this world and the Source, we find individuals within whom a mysterious power awakened at the sight.
Yeah.
We can never unpick the why of it. Now, however, I believe we might. Does the scene depicted here not resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into the Katana Ravel?
Does a bit.
Moreover, does it not recall that which Emmett Selk invited us to witness in Amarot?
Again, it does a bit.
The final days. If, as the Exarch's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later, given a suitable trigger?
By looks of things, yeah. Very much so, that looks like the
The echo
case.
defies explanation by conventional etherological theory, or shall we say modern etherological theory. But if it is a power that once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided, it would seem I have entered the realm of pure speculation.
Yeah.
And I call myself a scholar.
That's half of it sometimes.
I shall refrain from making any further wild claims until such time as I have evidence.
Probably a good move.
Still, I cannot choose but be reminded of our experience in Amarot.
Then you must recall Emmett Selk's last request.
Remember us.
Yeah.
History is learned, not lived. We have always protected the tales of Ronka, just as we have protected this place. But we are mindful of what our mothers taught us. We see the past through our own eyes, and speak of it with our own words. Thus do we come to understand it in our own way. But this is not the same as remembering.
Guess not.
Your mothers were wise. Though we witnessed the final days, our impressions cannot fail to be colored by our own experiences and expectations. Those who lived through it would have perceived the event quite differently. We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emmett Selk and his kin.
Yeah.
But we have disturbed Tiuna long enough. Fana will serve similarly well as a venue for our contemplations.
I guess so. By your pensive expression, I take it the tomb has given you much to think about. That is well. In time, the knowledge you have gleaned will lead to understanding, and thus arm you for what is to come. Before you leave, however, I would speak again of the teachings of our forebears. History is learned, not lived. The legend of Tiona and her exploits has been told countless times over the centuries, yet it is handed from one generation to the next, the story changes. With each telling of the tale there are new flourishes. Details changed or lost, we can never truly know how she lived, for we were not there to see it. But we are here now to bear witness to your life. We've seen the change you have wrought, the echoes that will long endure after you are gone, and though it too will change in time, I swear to you, we shall do our best to preserve your story. Hope you'll forgive me if I don't make a note of my own, but I think it goes without saying, you can never misspeak of your heroism. Perish the thought, so long as we are here, there are none among the V's who will not know of all you have done in Northrend. We are not deserving of such reverence, but we are grateful all the same. You can be certain we will have our own tale to tell of the great guardians of Raktika and the ruins of Ronka. I pray you safe travels then. As ever, we shall await your return with open arms. Although we've learnt not of the Ascians, the insight we gained into the Echo made our trip worthwhile. Before we return to the Crystarium, however, there is a small matter I would to attend to in Sitherbow. Might it trouble you to come with me? Of course. Thank you. After we arrive, we should have a brief word with Runar. Off we go then. I was on a warp there. Normally I'd fly there, but no. I don't have much time now. I need to warp there. This will be 16. So after this, I'll have one more to do. Taylor, it's good to see you. You've had a most opportune. You arrived at a most opportune time. I was preparing a pot of my famous stew. Come, I'll ready a place for you. I'm sorry, Runar, but we haven't the. Please, I insist. It'll only take a minute. My apologies, Taylor. It seems our return to the Crystarium will be delayed. Perhaps only for a bit, if you assist me with my work. I say work, but it's rather more of a chore. I must clean my chambers here in Sitherbow from top to bottom. If you'd be so kind to go fetch a broom from Asgir, we might finish before Runar has done cooking. This is like, you know what? Okay, we might as well, look. I can imagine me, Taylor, being there to show up and like, look. He's offered us dinner. We might as well stay for food. Speaking of which. A broom for Master Matoya? I cannot imagine why she would have need of such a thing, but here are. It's old and sturdy, but sure to suffice. I think I know what she's gonna do. Master Matoya doing what Master Matoya does. I think at least have somewhat comfy. There must be a bedroom in there. And just as Gear was able to find a broom for us. Here you go. Well worn, good. This will prove difficult otherwise. Though I must say, I think I did rather well for not having a broom thus far. Not dusty. Yes, well, you weren't buried beneath a veritable avalanche of books when you entered, were you? Were you? Right, anyway, it's time I finished cleaning with the help of that broom. I think I know what you're doing. Yeah. Did you want to think I'd rather do it the old-fashioned way? That broom is more than capable of sweeping by itself. Rather, it will be. So I've been being a bit quiet. Time to rise, so swish and sweep. A tidy chamber you must keep. To this task you shall be bound until no dust is to be found. Oh! In this one particular respect, I've no objections to following Master Matoya's footsteps. future, I may need you to remind me. I may need you to remind me the pursuit of knowledge does not preclude other equally important duties, such as maintaining clean quarters for said pursuit. I'll dearly miss this place, these people. Master Latoya, pardon the interruption, but the stew is ready. Didn't think you heard? Yeah, I think he might have heard you. Something troubling you? You've been rather quiet. No, everything is fine, I assure you. It's been a long day, is all. I see. Ishtola, thank goodness you're still here. Oh, hello. He's like, these ones are... Alphino, I thought you were following Ardbert. I was, though I'm sad to say I lost track of him shortly after entering these woods. He seemed determined to traverse every elm in Norvrant in his quest to spread the truth of the Warriors of Light and the Flood. It seems news of your address at the Crystarium precedes him at every destination, making his task all the more simple. Oh, brilliant. Remains to be seen what end he encourages the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. But there's no denying that his words have struck a chord with many. Well, we'll all agree that this is just another Ascian ploy, yes? They've commandeered corpses before and to no good end. I see no reason to think this time is any different, especially when it's that of a fallen Warrior of Light. I doubt we'll learn more if we remain a step behind. His next destination is all likelihood Slitherbow. Alice, are you certain you should be here? If you're concerned about Halric and the others, you needn't be. Their treatment is going well, but progress is slow and exhausting for all of us. The best thing I can do now is let them rest, so I believe we're about to discuss how to arrange a meeting with our would-be Warrior of Light. I hope you bought some more. I hope you've cooked up a lot of stew. Before visiting any towns or villages, Ardbert would hunt down and slay a nearby sin-eater to earn the locals' trust. Our best chance of getting ahead of him is to find one before he does. Thankfully, Thancred and Rena returned from the empty and have taken up the search. Reen believeth one may lurk beneath the boughs of woven oath. And that is where we'll start our search. Master Matoya! A warm bowl of stew will be awaiting your return. I look forward to it. I'm not saying, get a bit more ready if we've got guests. Yep. Right. This is taking less time than I thought it was going to take. This one or the next one then. Then it's time to finish. Oh! I can sense no other sin-eaters in the area. I hope this means Ardbert will be coming this way soon. Hello, Thancred.
If you were hoping to vent your frustrations on our Ether friend here, I can only apologize.
No worries, no worries.
Few as they are now, it took us no time at all to track it down.
Oh, good.
That suits our purpose perfectly. Now we need only wait for Ardbert to arrive.
Weren't you two meant to be attending to the empty?
We were, and are, but we can hardly ignore the rest of the world. So we thought we might see how things were coming along. From what we can gather, the answer is strangely.
Yep.
Right now, we think we can do more good here.
It is heartening to have all present.
Indeed. We will be glad of the additional hands should matters escalate.
Yeah.
Our quarry has come.
It seems I've lost this particular race. Although I suppose it's only fair. When we first met, it was I who outpaced you. Ravana, was it?
Well, like, look, we're not idiots, mate. We know who you are.
But where are my manners? I wouldn't be here were it not for you, and I have yet to say a word of thanks.
You wish Seto was here.
Poor fellow. He will be sorely missed.
Just... I thought you were supposed to be good at this.
Very well. Let us forego this pretense.
Oh, we knew exactly who it was.
After all, it was never you that I needed to deceive.
It's been some time, hasn't it?
Yes, it is I, Elizabeth. Through your time in Emet-Selk's imitation of our home, I dare say you have gained a better understanding of my role since last we met. Not that it matters.
We understand your role, emissary, but not your goal. What is it that you seek to achieve?
I seek to enact the will of the Convocation, of course. If it helps you to think of me as but another Ascian, no different in nature or purpose from the rest, you are welcome to do so.
Oh, he isn't any different. That's all.
Once, I would have said your goal was destruction alone. Now I understand that you fight for something you love, just as we do. Yet though we seem doomed to clash, I bid you consider Emet-Selk's final words. Remember that we once lived, he said. Had he not seen some glimmer of hope in our kind, I do not believe he would have spoken thus.
None better understood your plight than he. His words must surely be worthy of your consideration.
Emet-Selk. How very unlike you to err so gravely. That one should stray at the end of so onerous a path is understandable, but I had thought you above such weakness. Mayhap you thought the same. Would that I had been present to offer correction. But I shall do so now, as is my duty, and return all to its proper course. As for you, look at yourselves. Look at your history. Look back 100 short years to how your greatest warriors were undone. And now, at but a word from me, you raise your hands in answer like the puppets you are. Naught has changed. You fail, and you fail, and you learn nothing. Allow that which is most important to slip through your fumbling fingers like so many grains of sand, again and again and again, and you would remember us. You do forget yourselves.
He's a desperate man. Albert is desperate measures.
There is no common ground to be found between you and I, nor do I require any. I have my duty.
Wait!
I don't think he even knows what his duty is.
Well, we have confirmed the identity of our foe at least. And 'tis safe to say his objective is the rejoining.
Oh, brilliant.
But we still have no idea how playing the part of a warrior of light will further his cause, nor why he would spur others to do the same.
Another visit to the Tempest may shed some light upon these mysteries. Whether we are to exchange words or blows with Elidibus at our next meeting, the fact remains, we know too little. Ere our paths cross again, I would learn more of the world that once was, and of Elidibus himself. In this, we would be best served going directly to his home, much as Emmett Selk came to ours.
Yeah.
Oh, I see the wisdom in thy suggestion. The Amarot we visited is but a phantom born of Emmett Selk's memory. I fear it will teach us little that we do not already know.
We know it were there.
I quite agree. Yet the ruins of the actual city remain unexplored.
Oh!
Given the vastness of the Tempest, I should not be surprised were there more such structures like to those in which the Ondo reside.
Oh! As long as you don't make me do any more chores.
Keep that up and I'll send you to bed without supper.
There's that little grin on her face. You don't know whether to laugh or not.
Assuming we are all in agreement, then I suggest we first pay a visit to the Ondo. If anyone can tell us where more ruins are to be found, it is them.
Yep. Right, we'll go have that word with the Ondo, and then we're done. I'll find us someone to go for. After knows the right of it, let's pay a visit to the Ondo. We should speak with Tol Sharth first. As chieftain, he is doubtless privy to a great many secrets. Well, off we go then. So the cups. Seriously, we should have gone for the stew. Should have gone for dinner first. I headcanon that we all got stew for the road. Well, not me personally. I don't eat the stuff. I have sent for no finless ones. Perhaps you instead come seeking something of us. We actually do. Ruins which your kind have yet to explore, I see. I know of one such place, alas under these circumstances. I'm afraid we can spare none to guide you there. And what circumstances are these? Rather than hunt for their own meals, the Benthos have pillaged our stores of Minuri liver. They must be replenished with haste. The Benthos, a particular violent tribe of Ondo, if I recall. A band of bottom feeders. We lost much in the flood, but while others work to rebuild, they resort to thievery and murder. Revenge, they call it, when they prey upon your kind. But not be fooled. They who care not who they harm, well, that we are the warriors to challenge them. This is not the first time they've stolen from us, but there is no resource more precious than liver. All must dedicate themselves to the hunt. Unless, of course, we were to reclaim the livers for you. It seems a fitting payment for vital information, does it not? Moreover, one could argue that by employing Bismarck to reach these depths, thereby diving back into the waters, we are in part responsible for the deeds of those driven to desperate ends by tainting climes. One good turn on all that. I thought you might say that. You've never been one to miss an opportunity to help. Reclaiming the start it is, then. We would be grateful beyond words if you did. The Benthos have surely taken the livers back to the fat lounder's floor. Be warned, there will be no shortage of guards waiting to spear intruders. Then we'll have care not to draw the attention. Shall we? Off we go then. So if all this goes according to plan, I will be taking a day off on Thursday from streaming. I'll need to rest my voice for what's coming. If I have a little bit of time, I may do a small stream before I go to work. On Friday, I mean. Alternatively, I will see if I can get up a bit earlier. Get the game to download the expansion so it's ready for when I get back in. It's a bit of a drive, isn't it? Oh! I nearly just flew into a level 80 hunt mob. Which again, don't recommend doing that. That will end painfully, badly, and deadly. Oh, again, sorry. Not going to bother talking to him, I'm just going to go up here. Because again, I can fly. You notice how that wheat is the raw wheat is unpleasantly pointy. Now there. Lesson 1, always mark the wrong ones. That way you know where you've been. Liver is not a vegetable. I haven't forgotten why we're here, I swear. Only this bird hasn't taken its eyes off me since I found it. I think you might be lonely. Truebill is staring at Reen. Just staring. Shoebills look fucking mean. Okay, I can't find the fucker. That's wheat in there. Oh, brilliant. They had a good chunk of health. I'll have a peek in here. See if there's something I missed. Give me one moment. I'm not getting stomped by this quest. Hold on. Right. I'll chat with everyone else as well, just in case. So, bulbous bag. It's not in here, is it? Right, I'm afraid you have to bear with me a minute, here, folks. I'm a fucking moron. It's here. The scratching noise they make. Yeah. Brilliant, we got it. That took longer than it should have done, sorry. Are those them? Afraid so. They stink, by the way. Perhaps you've deduced this already, but it seems the Benthos have been raiding Collusion storehouses as well as those of the Ondo. Oranges, pumpkins, wheat. Oh, brilliant. We can discuss this after we see the livers safely back to Tolsath. Wouldn't do to keep him in suspense. And then back to the cups. Deliver them, and then we're done for the night. There we go. I'm very relieved to see you unspeared. Oh, thank you. Our precious livers, I knew you would not fail. We also found all manner of foodstuffs from Kalusia on the Founder's floor. Tell me, Tosarth, does that seem odd to you? It is brazen, to be sure. I'm reminded of rumours I'd heard recently concerning a rash of thefts from Kalusian warehouses. The perpetrators enter in the dead of night and are gone before anyone has realised what's happened. The Umoran army has been investigating, but thus far to no avail. Perhaps the reason they have struggled is their quarry is off the sea. The true question then is what we mean to do about it. Much as I would like to proceed to the ruins without further delay, we cannot allow the Benthos to carry on as they are. If I may, I believe that the ruins are, in fact, key to the Benthos' plans. Is that so? That's so. These ruins, which lie deep within the sea, within the illuminated land, are a recent discovery. We've seen signs that the Benthos are preparing to claim them all with haste. We cannot fathom why, but in light of recent knowledge, they've been stockpiling resources. It is clear their queen will soon give birth. They require space to raise their young and food for both queen and hatchling to thrive. Well, can hardly fault them for that. Under normal circumstances, perhaps. But conditions in the Tempest are far from suitable for spawning. Its resources barely able to sustain our current population. There is only one reason they would disregard this. They seek to build an army and with it take revenge on the Finless. It is not a surprise. They came to us not long ago seeking allies for the cause. We rebuffed them, of course. The suffering of others will not serve as balm to their own. Their queen, however, desires only bloodshed and will gladly send her children to die in our stead. If they're planning to wage war, that changes matters considerably. Indeed. I doubt this can be resolved without violence, but perhaps with a show of force we can convince them to see reason before the die is cast. I would rather not risk your people in the attempt. If we travel to the illuminated land, is there a way we might identify the ruins ourselves? Yes, once you reach its depths, go deeper still. You'll see a monstrous structure upon the sea floor. That you have come to us now is the will of the Ancient Ones. They have guided you here that you may drive out the usurpers, those who seek to use their magnificent creations with vile purpose. I have no doubt they will show you the way forward. I'm afraid that the dead do not speak quite so clearly. Nevertheless, we shall try not to disappoint. If what we lies deeper still beyond Amarot, I would call upon the assistance of another. Right, and with that, we are done for the night. Find someone to raid. Tenacious Spree, I think. She's raiding, so I'll just paste that in there. And I will see you guys all tomorrow night when we finish this shit show off. No, it's not a shit show, but you know how it is. In any case, I'm Mr. Snakebite. You guys all take care of yourselves now. Bye-bye.